Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome to another edition of Some Extra Sauce. And yes, we do have a saucy show for you guys tonight. We only have the two Stooges here tonight. The third one is holding out for a new contract, and he's holding us hostage, man. And he said he won't return to the show until he gets his contract renewed, rewritten, and he wants some more money. And so we got to deal with that, man. I'm talking to his agent every chance I get. We're going to get him back on here as soon as we can. But if we can't get him at a fair amount of money, we might have to trade him to the Packers, man.
I don't know. He hired Scott Boyers as an agent, so you know how that go.
Yeah.
They trying to milk that cow.
Yeah, man. I don't blame him, man. But it's business is business, No, I'm just kidding around. Kids is he's probably moving around. I think he said he was traveling, right?
Yeah, he's got some business to handle. And he's been moving about the country, or I don't know wherever he going. I ain't been like that. I ain't asked for no passports or nothing. I ain't dropping no dimes, but he's traveling. Yeah, put it like that.
He may pop up at some point. Who knows, man? Kids he likes doing the shows too, man. He's vain as both of us are. He likes to be there. And so hopefully he'll pop up in here, man. He'll get into his hotel room and turn on his phone and boom, there he goes. But man, hell, man, I've had a week, man. Not in the worst way, but it's just a lot going on. Triple R. I mean, and by the way, man, we're gonna cover a lot of ground tonight. We got a lot of probably about 6 or 7 players to talk about. We're gonna break down evaluations for those guys, new guys I think you're gonna like. And actually we do have a little bit of an update on top 30 visits. Once we start getting into the Bears conversation, I'll put that ticker on the bottom. Yeah, man, life is lifing, man. It's just a lot going on, not only with myself, but other stuff that's happening with people, man. I'm starting to feel like the pinch, people at grocery stores, people at the gas pumps, people everywhere. That's going on. Plus, man, I want to ask you a question, man. You ever work with somebody, and I'm sure it's probably been many people that hasn't learned how to shift into another gear when you leave the house and turn into the work triple R and leave whatever your personal stuff is in your personal business at your house. You ever work with somebody
compartmentalize?
Yeah, man, they can't do it.
Right.
Go ahead. You ever work with somebody like that?
Yeah. I just I'm not that asshole at work though. I just look at you and roll my eyes and be like, dude, I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? Keep it moving. And then when people try to, hijack the meeting, with their personal stories, or I had this happen, it's like nobody asked you. But I get that personality. I can say it in a funny way, but shut the fuck up. Let's keep the meeting moving because I got shit to do.
Yeah.
But there are those people that just like to hear themselves speak, whatever the occasion may be. Like now.
Well, I mean, I think it's like I learned how to do that pretty early. And by the way, Crimson, shout out to Crimson. He up in here. We try to do the mocks on Sundays. That's when I'm not saying we won't do it on a Wednesday. We might have to do one soon here on a Wednesday just because we're getting closer and closer to the draft. But we haven't done one. I don't think we've done one on a Wednesday yet. But, we might have to slide one in there, 1 or 2 in there before we get into the draft. But usually we do it on Sunday. Shout out to Crimson, you dig. Benjamin Williams is busted up in here. But yeah, man, it's like my girlfriend came home with it. Now I was like, look, you know, you might be more emotionally put together than the next person. You know, don't judge someone because they haven't learned how to do that yet. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't happen to me like overnight. I just learned to gradually shift into like soon as I'm the type of person that soon as I walk out of the door and walk down the steps from my porch, I have to shift into the nomad that I have to be for my job, you know?
Mm.
And whatever is going on at home has to stay there until I get back here.
So you put on your game.
I get game face, man. You had to I learned that in school. You know, I learned that in school. So I had to quickly learn that no matter what you have going on, you know, you gotta be ready for whatever this is that I'm gonna have to deal with today. And your personal feelings about whatever's going on at the house, man, that ain't or wherever, you know, that ain't got nothing to do with why you're here. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
And then, but also some people are good at doing that because it allows them to escape whatever stressors, drama they get going on in the personal life. So they lock in on the work, and totally focus on it to distract them. There are those too, and it's like, oh, he's an overachiever. It's like, nah, he just avoiding his drama at home.
man, it's I've been through a lot in that regard as far as me being a mentor and a counselor. I've learned to coach people up, and so I'm trying to coach her how to coach people up. It's she dealing with a few youngins. You know what I mean? Some youngins that your boyfriend don't call you back or don't text you right back. They're gonna bring that shit to the job emotionally, and they
Oh,
shutting down when they can't be shutting down. Man, you gotta look alive, baby. Look alive. You know what I'm saying?
give a damn.
It ain't just the youngins, man. She come tell me about
You be a hoochie on your own time. You on the clock now.
it's mature people too. One in particular, and just keep politics out of it. I'll just tell you what it is on its face. Latino lady, and her husband is having to um be interviewed by ICE. ICE came to
Oh
the door.
damn!
ICE came to the door. Man's been here for a long time. He's a
Don't
chef.
open it.
He's been here a long time. They've been here a long time. He's a chef, and he's been doing, for a senior care facility, been doing yeoman's work. And quite frankly, he might get moved out of here, and she's stressed out because she don't know how things are going to work, if it's going to work at all, without him in the picture. Like
Well,
in this,
that's a legit, fair thing to be stressed about.
yeah,
Because that's a damn. You know what I mean? So that's something that to where the point that compartmentalizing is not really an option because it's like if he goes to work or you all separate for some amount of time, that could be the last time you see each other. Before somebody gets shipped off to like Africa or some BFE other place. So I mean that is a stressor that a lot of people are put in that position to endure now that before the population wasn't really living like that unless you was living like that. But yeah, I mean it's a whole new world out there nowadays, and being that whether they young or old don't have the testicular fortitude, to handle shit, like previous generations, let's say, whether it be emotional or professional, romantic, however the case may be. The Put it like this: some of this younger generation just soft, as they say. They just can't handle can't handle breakups, can't handle drama. On the shorter end of like ice or something like serious. Just everyday life maturity, growing up, dealing with you know people you're dating or working with or going to school with. They just can't handle those interactions the same. So it's hard, giving advice to someone having to deal with those, because some of the mentality is just off. It's just off. They ain't right.
Yeah, true.
They ain't right.
True. Look, man, let me tell you something, man. I'm a little bit more. I'm very sensitive to it, because most of my major jobs I've had has been dealing with people in some capacity. You know what I mean? Some capacity. Even the emergency response job was dealing with people a lot of times. You know what I mean? Like, whether it's the people that's working for the companies you're dealing with in that periphery, or the people like, we had to go to down to Katrina and try to help finish clean up that mess down there. We had to go down there, man. And people that were from those neighborhoods that were being cleaned up, and all that waste being disposed of, all that trash and all the stuff that was going on that was contaminated by water, mold, and all that kind of stuff. You'd be surprised how many people would come through those neighborhoods while we were there working in those sections, man. And the tears, bro. I was just like, I don't know how to tell those people that, they would travel from fucking Houston, Texas, from Atlanta, just to see if there's any way that their home can be redeemed. They would travel all those miles just to be told no. And no, your house can't be redeemed. That mold in there is way too bad. You can't exist. You can go try to live in there. I don't think the city would let you, but you can never live back here again. Not in this neighborhood ever.
Deuces.
It's just too bad. And so emotionally, I understand how people get attached to something, or just, I'm just mature in a way that I guess a lot of people ain't. And I learned that over time.
Yeah, well, for a lot of people, when you ain't got nothing, whatever it is you do have, you cherish that shit. And then, like, what is Crimson saying here? Saying this generational bias, saying that every generation says the same shit about subsequent ones. And it's like, yeah, true, they do that, but it don't make it less true.
I try my best not to be that dude.
Well, I'm Generation X. Generation X. And we rock. Because we're on that cusp of old school. We remember how prehistoric days was before all the electronic stuff. And when we still have family structure and morals and values, and Big Mom and them. And we lived through the birth of the hip hop and the power to the people, going through all that, and then the whole crack era, made it through that, then all the gangs and the urban environments, made it through all that, watching the families deteriorate because of the drugs and the violence and the prison system. And now we can say, hey, oh shit, we got gray hairs, and we the the unks and the big daddies and mamas and such, and it's putting that layer of maturity on things, and that just layer of, oh yeah, I've seen that before, and this is what happens many times. And it's like, oh yeah, you keep seeing that. It's like, oh yeah, this is going to happen there. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, that's how you can predict the future without predicting the future. Letting the past do that. But it's just part of, I guess, maturing. Whatever generation you may be, and if you are lucky enough, to have some understanding of yourself and how you comprehend things and the world, maybe you can compartmentalize a little bit better than others. But there's a whole lot of people that can't do none of the above. None.
Hey, funny story, man. The first time I heard somebody call me Unc, I wasn't ready for it. I'm down there. I'm with Pac-Man Jones, cornerback, and I always forget his name, but he's the one running the camp. But he played for the Commanders. They were the Redskins at the time. But I'm down there, and I'm doing something, and old boy, one of the 13, 14-year-olds is just like, Unc, man, Unc need to come back out here every day. And Pac-Man then was standing right next to me.
And I'm looking around like, what the fuck you talking about, Unc?
I thought he's talking to them.
No.
And he's like, he talking to you, cuz. I'm like, what? I'm Unc now. What the fuck happened?
You got old. You kept having birthdays.
I'm like, hold on, I'm moving just as good as you motherfuckers out here. Y'all tripping. I'm Unc now. Hey. That's just anytime you're in a teaching capacity, anytime you're doing something like that, that's how the young cats look at you.
Sneak up on you.
Yeah. That was a trip, man. I was just like, I look back there at them. I'm like, what the fuck he talking to, man?
I'm your age, fool. Like, no, you not.
He said
maybe in your mind.
Pac-Man said he motherfuckers been calling me that all goddamn camp. I'm tired of that shit. It was hilarious, man. But yeah, the first time I heard that. But I don't know. I guess I'm more of a coach in spirit, and not just talking about in football terms. I'm talking about in life, and so when people come in contact with a teacher, younger people come in contact with someone that teaches, that's how they look at you.
Mm.
And that's a respect level that comes with it as well. Even these cats out here on the street, you know what I mean, that's doing wild shit. I go out there, I'll be like, hey, yo, come here, man. Don't let it get to that level, cuz. Never. Once I start talking on that level, that's how they start. Hey, Unc, I appreciate you, Unc, man. You're right, Unc. Giving me a hug, dapping me up, man. I appreciate you saying that to me. All that kind of stuff, man. It's different, man, but I accept it.
Especially in a neighborhood or a community or a work environment or a school environment where people are known to, be the mentors or the shepherds of the flock, so to speak. The hard-headed ones or the street people, they recognize that it's like, oh, okay, that's how he's living. We get it. But then also there's a lack of, voices, positive voices, mentors, teachers, trainers, in a lot of these, young people's lives. So when somebody actually does take the time to show an interest and say, hey, you're fucking up. And here's how, here's why, maybe try this. Not telling you how to do it, but we'll tell you that if you keep doing this, it's going to lead to that. You want to hear alternatives? Let me tell you. And they go, hell, alternatives? Ain't nobody ever told me about them before. What them is? And then you break it down and woo. They appreciate, you dropping the knowledge on them and sharing a little insight to the world. And it's like, hey, thank you. And they appreciate that in their own way. So it's a respect thing. If you can, walk through the hood and people know who you are and don't fuck with you, not because you some badass, but because they respect you. That's a good place to be.
It is a great place to be. I remember one time, it was a little girl out there. She's probably about 10, 11 years old, and a cat. I don't really know what's going on with him. He probably got some shit going on, but he said something to one of the little girls. One of the kids probably hit him with something they was out there throwing around, and he started going off. And I just so happened to hear yelling. I'm back here working on one of these shows, and what the fuck going on? So I go out there, and I was like, "What's going on?" And the young lady that had the kid, she's just like, "This motherfucker, this, he had that." I'm like, "Who, him?" And he was still kind of like, and he saw me and tried to walk down the street. I was like, "Hey, come here, bring your ass back here, come here." And he knew who I was. Soon as he saw me, I locked eyes with him. I knew who he was. He knew who I was, and he knew right off the top. I said, "Now I apologize to him for talking to her kids that way. I ain't put my hands on it, but still, it's the way you talk to somebody's kids, man. You don't be just talking crazy to nobody goddamn kids like that. What you say to her?" And he was just like, "Man, I ain't say all that much." But apologize to her. Man, I said, "Man, I'm gonna get on your ass out here. I'm finna get on your ass." And he started apologizing. And I'm not trying to come across like I'm this tough dude that people are intimidated by. That's not it. But this guy knew me. He know what I'm capable of. You know, he knows me. And he apologized to her. And old girl had never seen me in that light. She always saw me as, okay, friendly neighbor. He'd be out there gardening, him and his girl do all that kind of stuff. They share their vegetables. That's all she knew. She knew me as a nice person. And I am a nice person, but she didn't know I had a flip to me. You know what I mean? Like I told him right in front of her, I said, man, if you don't apologize, I'm finna get on your ass right now. And he went to apologizing. And she saw me in a different light. It's like, damn, you got that going on too? And like, yeah, man, we'd be surprised who capable of what around here.
And maturity teaches you that you can be subtle and do like Nomad just referenced, and you don't have to, you know, have good intentions with the same thing, but end up curb stomping the dude. You know, that's too far. And maturity tells you not to go that far. I'm just saying, I've seen it or heard it, or you know what I mean, allegedly.
Yeah, you got to be careful, man. How you approach it. Everybody's got somebody that gives a shit about them. You know, somebody. I don't care if it's somebody laying under a blanket in the middle of the road, look like he ain't got nothing to the world. Somebody somewhere care about him. And so my advice to people is approach everything with respect. So long as they ain't showing you no disrespect, bring that first. Lead with that. Mm-hmm. Lead with respect, and everything will be fine, man. You know, mm-hmm. But you coming all sideways at people and people's kids, man. You being got whooped real quick. Yeah, but yeah, that's anyway, man. We ain't even get to the part of how you doing this week, man. How you doing this week, Trey? How's life treating you?
It's cool. I've been just straight up glued to the, you know, to the workstation, you know, doing the damn thing. And you know, then when I'm not doing a thing, you know, go get a couple hours of sleep, grab a little something to eat. You know, I still got, you know, a few ham leftovers and such. Big old thing of potato salad. Oh, yummy. But yeah, just been
wait a minute, you still eating on that Thanksgiving? I mean, not on that Easter food?
You mean from 3 days ago? Yeah.
Yeah, man, it has been only 3 days. You're right. Yeah. Seemed like a long time now.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. In this realm right here, it's only been those few days, and it's still good, you know. So I put a ham bone in the freezer, but there's still a little bit of ham left, a little mac and cheese, you know, a little peach cobbler, you know, saying a little tater salad. You know, I finish all that up tomorrow. But yeah, it's been huh?
You getting tired of it yet?
No, because it's not. I've been eating different things in between because my cousin brought me an order of Harold's.
Oh,
you know, 6 wings. You know, saying, you know, I had to get those hooked up, little barbecues. You know, little sweet. You know, mild sauce, little lemon pepper and such, and then also a large order of gizzards.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? So I was fucking with those, you know what I'm saying, on Monday, Tuesday. So I wouldn't eat the ham or the Easter stuff like that. So I broke it up, you know, not to get tired of it.
Hey, you know what?
I don't
think everybody here has a concept of what a large order of gizzards might look like.
Oh.
It's a nice size. Let's just say you're gonna get plenty.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and then put it in the toaster oven to reheat it, and that white bread, that, you know, you gotta have that white bread, and it gets all crusty, you know, on the top a little bit, and then the fries, and then and then it's like, yeah, and then but you always, here's the key: when you reheat some Harold's, you put the ketchup or the hot sauce or the barbecue sauce, whatever you're gonna put on it, you put it on there, and then you heat it up. You let that heat up with it.
No. Mm-hmm. See, you wild now.
Mm-hmm.
You wild now.
Now your condiments are heating up and warming into the food like Harold's does and supposed to do, because you know they never put enough sauce on there. Even if you say, "Can I get some extra sauce?" That's gonna be extra. Well, damn, we'll stop being so skimpy. but they don't never put enough. You put your own on there and let it absorb and soak into the heat and meat and fries, and the bread is just hit different than if you put it on afterwards.
Man, dude, let me tell you, every single time I got to go to Midway, I'm going to Brown's Chicken.
It tastes better.
Oh, the gizzards taste better.
Shit,
You know what? I've never ordered Harold's gizzards, man. I'm so in love with the chicken, and I don't know. We might have lost a supporter. What's his name? What's his name? Little guy that used to come on the show all the time, man. I forget his name all the time, man. And his feet used to always mess up. And it'd be a little bit loud in his background. What's his name? I can't think of his name right now. I'm having a brain fart.
Who, FFG?
No, not FFG.
Will he be in the basement hiding from his honey?
No, not FFG. What's his name, man? Oh, damn. Anyway, man, he used to come on the show all the time. And I said something on Twitter, and I don't know. He's just got different with me ever since then. I was just like, I don't know who need to hear this, but Harold's Chicken its chicken is naked by itself is good enough. You don't really need the mild sauce. Oh, he went in. You tripping though, man. What you talking about? Petty. There it is. Petty. I ain't seen him in a while, man. I ain't heard from him in a while.
Petty Murphy.
Petty Murphy. That's my boy right there, man. I love him, man. But he is just like, oh no, man, you tripping, bro. You tripping hard. And so I'm one of them people that like really good fried chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Really good fried chicken should stand alone by itself. The condiments are just extra. You know what I mean? They're not required.
Yeah, but it's I think it's because of like Harold's and Uncle Remus, the signature sauce. The sauce, it just became a part of it. Because I don't remember the name of the fishery, but it's one of those that you can pull up, right on Lake Michigan or one of the
docks.
One of those, pull up to the dock, but it's not Doc's fish. But and they had the a shrimp order. You get a pound of shrimp, but it was just drowned in their like signature barbecue sauce, and that's just kind of what it is. It is messy like that, and that's just part of the dish. It's not about. I mean, you can have the shrimp naked. You know what I'm saying? Those are delicious, crunchy, juicy. Spectacular. But just drowning them in that sauce just makes them like ooh la la.
Man,
and then also keep talking. I can hear you, but there's something else that I'm gonna munch on too that I'm gonna show you. That's really gonna make people mad. But go ahead.
I feel for Crimson, man. He all the way out there in Washington, and he can't get this kind of stuff, man. Out there where I feel you, Crimson. Trust me when I tell you, I feel you. When I was living in Atlanta for all that time. Dog, like more and more now, like Chicago is moving to Atlanta, and so are the franchises, man. Like you can get Atlanta food. Like right before I left, a J&J's fish popped up out of nowhere. What you got going on there? Some burritos?
No, these are
some hot dogs.
Oh Lord, it smells just like Jewtown. Hot dogs, from like Maxwell Street.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? So you can smell those onions.
You probably should unwrap that.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I'm gonna put you on big screen.
Okay, all right.
Let me see if I can do it.
Mm-hmm. Da 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 da. Wait, oh, there's mustard. Da 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 da. Ooh,
them onions. Them onions.
Oh, that's that Polish right there. Da 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 da. Oh, da da.
Sport peppers. Pick up one of them sport peppers in there.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, there's. See, down. Oh, there they are. On this side. Oh, open it. Oh, gentle. Ooh.
Even cold is food porn, man.
There's that sport pepper right there. I see it.
Even cold is food porn.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Crimson said you wrong for that, bro.
Oh, if I'm wrong, I don't want to be right. Because good Lord, me and we got a thing going on.
Is that Jim's?
I don't know where it originated from, but it's the gym style. You know, because it's the
poppy seed bun.
poppy seed right there. You see that poppy? Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put that away and save that for later. You know, but if you want to be a member and you want to see some more up close and personal, you know, you become a member. You know how to do that. But also make sure that you are subscribed to all 3 networks that we are streaming on: the Nomad Network, at Keds Canuck and Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple RSCS, because you never know if they ever invented the smelling net, you know, those the onions and the Polish and the mustard. It just has that certain aroma when they're all melded together, and especially after they've been in the fridge a little bit. And it was like, sure, you can dig into it now and just eat it cold, but have some respect about yourself. Heat it up. Heat it up.
Excuse me. Let me tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
I got a little burp going on. But man, let me tell you something. That is one of my biggest food weaknesses right there. I had to, when you talk about self-discipline, I had to learn to discipline myself to only eat one of those.
Mm-hmm.
For some of the reasons I might have told y'all a week or 2 ago, because of the sport peppers on there. You eat 2 of them bad boys, I'm gonna have a bad day. My stomach and spices, man. Yeah, bro. I'm just saying. Crimson, man, I feel sorry for you right now. I just feel bad for you right now. Trip shouldn't have done that to you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I was low down. I was low down.
Give it a name.
All right.
What is it? AC. He says sounds like Lawrence's Fisheries. Ain't Lawrence? That's on off of Canal, right?
I remember Herb was in here on one of these shows talking about that.
Yeah, because I think you could pull up. There had a little harbor that connected, a little inlet that connected to Lake Michigan, and you could go like over there by Chinatown. I think that might have been it. But then there's also was a spot right. No, that's off of Torrance. That's further out south by the bridge. And then Goose Island is near water, but you couldn't pull up to it on the dock. So it might have been Lawrence's. Because I remember that you pull up to the dock, then you went upstairs. Yeah, that was Lawrence's because the street was right there. Good looks, AC. Good comms.
I remember Herb was on one of these shows. We was talking about food, and he brought that up. When I told him I had never been to the Italian Fiesta, he was just like, man, he started talking about that. Anyway, that was on one of the earlier, when we first got started, one of the earlier shows we was talking about that. But you was here. We was talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I had no idea what he was talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just certain things, they are made, sloppy, like just it's like, why is there so much barbecue sauce on this shrimp? Because you got to make sure the shrimp is bathed in it. You got to make sure all the French fries are bathed in it. You got to make sure you could sop it up with that white bread, because you always got to have a white bread. So the things that Crimson is missing out on, as we all can reflect on coming up, whether it be in the hood,
Man,
you get
you smelled that like it was a big ass, you smelled that like it's a big ass blunt.
Come on now. Hey, go smoke it up like a blunt too. I'll be that. But the restraint that I have had of myself not to have consumed these by now. But remember, like I said, I've had the ham, and then there's been the gizzards and the wings, and so this is gonna be like the after ham thing. You know what I mean? So I'm breaking it up, enjoying it.
All right,
and then
now.
of course, you got to go and heat up some, make some French fries or something to go with it. You know what I mean?
All right, Trip.
Yeah.
As a brother that loves you, brother, get you some roughage up in there.
Oh yeah. I got the broccoli, you know, and the celery, and you know, you keep it all flowing now. You don't want to be clogged up. You know,
That's right.
that's no bueno.
Keep you some roughage now.
Mm-hmm.
And those are, you know, all
Yeah,
right. Last thing about that.
yeah,
I
my
would say that,
movements are quite supple.
okay. I mean, that's all we need to know about that.
Mhm.
But one of the things I watch a lot of food reviews from people that come from somewhere everywhere, you know, California, Philly, New
Mhm.
York, you know, wherever they from all over the country, even all over the world. A lot of people come in here, they hear all the stuff about Chicago food, and they want to try it for themselves. They want to see what it's all about, what's the fuss all about. And some of the people that come here, they love the food, but certain places they go to that the mild sauce is available where we put it on everything. They just want to enjoy the fries and the bread solo. They don't want it all drenched in sauce. And so every time I see one, that's probably a universal complaint about Chicago street food is, man, why they gotta pour the sauce on everything like that? So
Like, stop it.
I mean, it's just Chicago.
I mean, how many? Come on, you grow up, you get a bag of go to the neighborhood candy store, and you get a bag of chips or Doritos, and what you put in them? Hot sauce, ketchup. And you shake them around, and then you walk down the street eating them. You get you a lunchtime pizza puff, order of fries, and like a RC or something. And what you're gonna do? You're gonna get a lot of barbecue sauce or ketchup for that pizza puff and them fries. It's just what it is. When you get your gyro, your gyro, your gyros, you know, you get that extra susiki sauce. You know, you and it's like, it looks disgusting. You shouldn't eat it in public if you're a grown man, but it is what it is. The condiments, the sauces, the drippiness, the nastiness is just enhancement of the flavor.
It's definitely a regional thing. Like I can remember bringing somebody here from college the first time. Somebody came back to the crib with me for what was it, Thanksgiving or Christmas? He couldn't go to the house, and I was just like, man, you come with me. And it might have been Christmas, man. Anyway, I take him. He started experiencing that. He went back 3 times to gyms, man. He went to gyms 3 times, bro. He's like, man, how good could a fucking smoked sausage, onions, and mustard be? I said, I'm gonna show you. Man, he had 3 separate orders all in about 15, 20 minute span.
Easy.
And a big, huge football player, so he just woofing them. He had a hard time in the bathroom the next day too. But
well, you know, it's a little much, you know, for a new system, you know, a new booty, if you will. But here's the thing about these beauties, like these Polishes right here. When you go and get them like hot right off the grill from the stand, they're gone before you even pull out the parking spot. You know, because they come, you know, with the side of peppers and you the fries, and you get you a can of pop, you know, soda pop. But the beauty about the Chicago street food, the pizza puffs, the Polishes, the pizza, all of that stuff, you can eat it cold. So you get home, you put it in the fridge, you know, or you leave it on the counter, you know what I'm saying? You live a little, you know, roll the dice, it's all right. But they're good hot, they're good cold, they're good fresh, they're good leftover. They're just full of flavor and
Trips, that's truly some big bag shit, man. I've never ever eaten one of them cold. Ever. Not the chicken, not the nothing. The chopped sandwiches, none of them. I got to heat them up.
Well,
So
look
that
at you
flavor,
all
you know,
fancy.
so the now I can eat like a piece of pizza or something cold, but that I cannot eat cold. That the chicken, I gotta warm it up, man. So that the all the membranes and all this everything opens back up. I got to eat that warmed up.
See, I can understand the Italian beef and sausage. You know, those I could see because of the thickness of them and being a little congealed with all the grease and all that tasty goodness on there. I could see those being warmed up. But everything else, I think is like You know, because you be in the car, we get the orders in the back seat, you're driving around, you're doing woo woo woo, and then it's like, oh shit, I'm hungry. Oh yeah, I got this food in the back, and you go ahead and you munch out. It don't always be hot no more, but it's still edible as long as it's not fries, you know, because cold fries, you know, come
You know, Trips, Crimson gonna take it a little bit personal when you say I.
on.
He's just like he just roll over in his grave every time you say
This
that.
ain't nails on a chalkboard.
Hey man, but all right. Since let's talk about some real quick, man. Let's talk about some doggone drinky drinks, man. This is interesting stuff, man. Because lately, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Let me just pull it up.
What up, AC? What you know about Funk Doc Spock?
Hold on. Hey, wait a minute. Where am I?
Right.
Okay, here we go.
Shit, how high again? I should have said like
Check this out.
Newton's law. The ingredients are brown sugar, hot water, apple butter, lemon juice, and whiskey.
Now, anything interesting to you here?
Yeah, that looks like a nice little sweet hot toddy-ish kind of thing.
Yeah. Same thing I was thinking. You know, with the hot water, where's the hot water in there for? Like we make homemade apple butter here at the house.
Yeah, but I always also noticed that it says that, but there's ice cubes in there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, the hot water to dissolve the brown sugar.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm going.
Okay. Oh yeah, my bad. I'm just processing.
Dissolve up them granules of the brown sugar. You know, you put that hot water in there, and now it just kind of blends into the drink a little bit, and it's very much hot toddy-ish looking and sounding to me. I've never tasted it, but anything that has, like, I would actually throw some cinnamon on top of this too. You know, with the brown sugar, just for flavor. But this is interesting to me, man. You know, next time my lady comes in here sniffling and sneezing, this is something I'm gonna think about doing.
Yeah, and if you think about all of the ingredients, you know, apple butter, lemon juice, whiskey, brown sugar are tasty, cold, and hot or warm. And so you get the warm hot water rather and dissolve that brown sugar and mix in that apple butter. You know, Chef Trips put a recipe for some Amish apple butter made at home. And if you've never had apple butter,
wait a minute, wait, hold the fuck up. Why would you? Didn't I tell you I make apple butter?
Nah, you make your own apple butter like the Amish?
Oh man, people every year be like, man, when you gonna make some more of that? That and them goddamn hot pickles, man. Every year. That apple butter and them hot pickles. So we don't grow apples here. We don't have a bunch of trees out here, nothing like that. We hit an orchard in the fall of every season. And so when everybody's picking around here, you know, you go grab up a whole bunch of apples and you can make it. And people love our apple butter, man. Don't ever buy that again, man. Just let me know. I don't think we have any down. I think it's all gone this year, but come fall, we'll have fresh apple butter, bro.
Well, it's even better fresh, but I believe this was a recipe just from the canned stuff, you know, the unsweetened. So, you know, you have less sugar in it than, you know, if you got the sweetened canned applesauce, but you put it in the oven with some, you know, the stevia brown sugar and it's like you cook it, you know, low and slow for was it like 4, 5, 6, 8 hours or some shit until it's so rich and thick and dark and gooey because that brown sugar is dissolved with all the apple in there and there's no butter, but it's apple butter, you know, because it's not apples mixed with butter. No, that's not what it is. But once it comes out, it's very smooth, very cinnamony, little nutmeggy, but butter smoothiness, but apple. And I could see that in this drink with some whiskey, that would go nice. And then some lemon juice, you know, to cut some of that sweetness. Yeah, this would be a interesting beverage, I do say. So
7 years ago, I never even heard of apple butter. My girlfriend told me about it. I'm just like, what is it? And we pulled up. I got on the phone and pulled up something. I'm just like, really?
mhm,
So I can make that? She's like, we
mhm.
should. Next thing you know, I made it. I took that shit to work. She took it to work more recently. Man, people won't let you forget about it. It's the pickles, whether they be hot or just the dill pickles and the apple butter, man. People just gotta have those. That is some like people. So what you do with apple butter for anybody out there that haven't tasted apple butter, it's a great preserve. It's a preserved vegetable that you use on mostly toast. That's what a lot of people like to do. Is to spread it
Mhm.
on toast like you would strawberry or grape jelly.
Like jelly or jam.
But it's more organic. You know, we ain't no there's no preservatives in this additives either. It's just good seasoning and good fruit.
Mm.
And my advice to anybody that gets apple butter is get it. If you want to put it on toast, warm it up a little bit.
Oh, and then now it's smooth like butter.
Man,
But it's kind of like an apple jelly-ish kind of thing. So apple butter. You have that on your toast. Get you a hard boiled egg. Your coffee after you have your morning, bottle of water. Or whatever it is you ingest in the mornings. That's a very subtle but tasty way to start the day.
very. I don't really do much sweet at all, if at all. Every now and again, I'll get some jelly or something, or some of that apple butter and put it on some toast and eat my breakfast. But I just don't do it very much, man. I enjoy people. I like happy people, man. So when people like the stuff that I do, I'm glad to let them get it, man. It ain't free. I'm just telling you now. You know what I mean? I'm talking about
Mhm.
it costs. You know what I mean? So I had to get my girlfriend to shift it because she wanted to give it away to every goddamn body. Where I'm like, look, man, it take us too goddamn long to make this shit. Now you
Right?
finna make
That
something.
the time, the effort, it don't come in hand. You know what I mean? You got to put it in jars. And you got overhead.
All the time, all the jars that we ain't never
You
got
know,
back, all the shit, the effort it take to grow all this. I mean, I didn't grow the apples, but damn, it took a long time
somebody
to
grew 'em.
process that shit. And it's good. You right, AC. Very good. What up, Smitty? Smitty out there rolling. But yeah, this is Newton's Law, man. Very interesting. I would say this this concoction is I'd save this thought here for when somebody gets a little bit ill and you need to bring them back and give them something. This would be if you don't like hot toddies, this would be a very good supplement for that, for sure. I'm glad Trips brought that up.
Mhm.
All right, we're gonna get to the next one. This is I was kind of saving this for kids in case he popped in, but what you think about this?
Let's see, a Kentucky buck. Um, Ingredients: simple syrup, ginger beer, strawberry, lime juice, and whiskey. A lot going on in there.
I vaguely remember what ginger beer tastes like. I haven't had ginger beer since I was in Jamaica, and that was years ago. I would change that to a ginger ale. That's what I would do.
Mhm, mhm.
But this concept sounds really, really good. I like a fizzy drink anyway. I like a good fizzy drink. And maybe not, maybe I like it a little too much because I can probably drink a bunch of it. But any punch, that's what it's like a punch to me. A good, alcoholic punch.
Mhm, mhm.
What it looks like in a glass. And I like anything strawberry, bro. Anything strawberry, I'll eat a strawberry boot. Straight up. A strawberry work boot at that.
It does look quite refreshing.
Yes. This is to me, this looks like a good spring summer drink. You know what I'm saying? Like a
Mhm.
good spring summer drink. So look, anything with a little fizz to it and some ice. Throw a little liquor in there, a little syrup in there. Lime juice gonna make everything taste better. Yeah, you got you something here. This Kentucky buck looks real,
Mhm,
real
mhm.
good.
And don't sleep on the ginger ale or the 7-Up or the Sprite or anything that puts those little bubbles and adds that effervescence, to a drink or to a beverage. That's when they dance up on your nose and bounce off. It's like that. That's a very refreshing beverage because it's usually kind of fruity-ish, and it's like the alcohol being whiskey. That's pretty much interchangeable at that point.
Man, dude, I like good refreshments. I like good beverages, man. I'm a good time person, triple R. Yeah. My college boy ain't never died in me. I like to have a good time, drink a little bit. It never died in me. I'm just having a conversation with my girlfriend recently because we like, sometimes we sit and watch some reels and stupid drunk people that don't know how to handle their liquor, getting into all kind of dumb. Like we just had this conversation the other night on the show, man. We were talking about if you drink and that drink makes the prick eke out of you, you probably ought to consider going and get some counseling or something, or just don't drink at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you don't turn into a lover when you drink, I don't know what's wrong with you. You ain't fit for
turn into too much of a lover, let's say.
I'm
keep your hands to yourself.
Nah. I'm that MFer, bro, when it comes to that. You know what I mean? It just really brings out the best part of me, man.
According to you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Hey, bro, I ain't never had a dissatisfied customer. Let's say that. Let's just say that. How about that, man? It's like when you already got pure love in you, just all alcohol does is bring out the true you. So,
or the mood that you're in too, though.
I've seen the worst part of me, drinking that goddamn on gin and
make you sin.
Be out with your boys, and next thing you know, some shit pop off, and the real ignorant come out of me. I'm hitting people, like I'm going off on you. You know what I mean? It's like all you had to do at a certain point in my life is just irritate me a little bit or anger me, and now you got to deal with me now.
Because you don't want to be the cause of the party having to turn the lights on. Because you can't handle your looking and got into it with somebody because they bumped into you on the dance floor. Well, guess what? Y'all dancing. Kind of happens. Man. But if you can't, like what Smitty talking about, his wife says he get nicer to people when he drink.
That's what's supposed to happen, man.
Smiling and hugging them and shit.
That's what's supposed to happen, Smitty. You ain't supposed to turn into no ass when you drink. That tells me, Smitty, you're a good ass dude on the inside, and that just opens you up a little bit more. I would love Smitty, man, just because of that. That's who I become. You know what I mean? I'm not all the time, but that just brings more of it out. And so when you think, you walk around every day with no barriers, which I do, but you really don't know how much you don't walk around with no barriers until you get a little something to soften you up and bring out the real good side of you. But yeah, it was a time when white liquor like gin and shit, bro. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna get on your ass, bro.
Bad news.
Yeah, bro. You got to deal. You gotta have a hard time dealing with me, bro. I done did some shit, man. I'm lucky I'm still sitting here. I done jacked some motherfuckers up, pissing me off, man. I did them bad. But that was at one point in my life when I didn't know how to control my emotions and not drink white liquor when I ain't got no girl to go lay down with. At the time, I'm just out here in the wild. But yeah, bro, it was. Smitty said he's generally an introvert. Hey man, you would hang out. You would love to hang out with me. I'm a good time guy. I love to have a good time, cook food, and just have the spirits flowing.
Well, shit, driving a truck is halfway decent job for an introvert. A lot of time, by yourself, but then a lot of time and with the lot lizards and the truck stops and the pickups and the drop-offs, having to deal with all those assholes. So yeah, it's rough out there for an introvert. You know, but those extroverts out there smiling with everybody, they not even drinking or drunk. They just happy to see people.
Ain't nobody mess with them lot lizards, man. They done touched everything under the sun.
Let's see. Speaking of touching everything, Red Baron said he dedicated a drink to Trips called the Sweet Feet. Is Johnny Walker with a shot of honey? Oh, yes, Lord.
Where's that at? Oh,
all sticky on those feet, on those yummies. I don't let them drip off and fill up from the top down the little wrinkles and between the toes with the honey. And it's like, oh,
I'll get this man. We're gonna start calling his ass Gym Socks.
That's see, when you want to go top shelf, you go with the Johnny Black
Gym Socks, man. That's all I can tell you. Everybody's feet stink at some point.
Feet all dirty, need to be cleaned.
Everybody
rubbed.
All right, I gotta do a Jedi mind trick on Triple R. We finna hit some food up. Trip, I want to see if you ever had this, if you ever ordered this, and just want to see what you think.
General Tso chicken. Yeah, good stuff. Ingredients: sesame seed oil, key; chicken thighs, flour, cornstarch for your slurry; sugar, vinegar, sesame seeds to finish them off; garlic, soy sauce, chili peppers, and ginger. The all-important ginger.
You won't believe it, but I've never ordered this, never tasted it.
What?
Never.
Oh. Yeah, it's shit. Get you a little beef and chicken, a little Mongolian beef, a little General Tso's chicken.
Never once. I'm serious, Crimson. I ain't never had
it. Stay with the orange chicken then.
I don't even eat that. One time I tasted that one time. My mother ordered it.
The orange or the cashew?
I just don't like it. She's going, you won't like this one. You gonna try this. And I'm just like, okay. I don't like sweet, man.
Well, this one, the General Tso, isn't as sweet as, let's say, the orange chicken.
That's kind of inviting because orange chicken is very sweet to me.
Yeah, there's nothing sweet in this.
It's sugar.
I mean, it's just a different way they prepare the chicken.
How you mean? What you mean?
But this is more of a you got your chili peppers in there. This is has more of a kick to it.
I just don't like my fried chicken. This is chicken thighs fried. That's where the flour and the cornstarch comes from. I just don't
but it's not a crispy fry. It's more of a saucy, soggy kind of coating. It's not like a soggy crispiness, but it's a moist crispiness that's supposed to be on there.
So you've ordered this fairly on a regular basis throughout your life?
Oh yeah.
Never once. Never even tasted it. Only had orange chicken once. My mother ordered it one time. I was over there. Now, I mean, it's okay. It's okay for people that like that flavor profile, but for me, it ain't. I don't really like too much glazed fried chicken.
Yeah, it's just a different, like this soy garlic, vinegar glaze that it's in. It mixes well, and it's just a different flavor because, you go to your local, Chinese food spot, and it's like, you can't get the same thing all the time, so let me try some different chickens or some different beefs or some different scrimps. And, you just end up around the whole menu. And then because when you make the order, it's like, give me a small one of those, a large one of those, a small one of those. It's like a little variety pack. And I never ordered just like one thing and some rice. Yeah. So they always ventured around the menu. But every different restaurant establishment makes it different. So, you know what I mean? They got their own recipe.
Yeah, that's that. Plus, just like you say, a lot of Asian restaurants, do things differently. Like I wouldn't order certain things from certain places. I like if I'm in a new area, especially, I'm gonna get basic things that I know pretty much you can't mess this up. Like, but in my like I'm stationed right here where I know where the food is and know what it is. I'm still pretty tight when it comes to menu items, man. I don't bounce around this kind of menu. I just don't, man, because I'm not sure what I'm getting here. You know what I mean? I don't want to spend money on something that I ain't gonna even enjoy. I can
Well,
sometimes look at the ingredients and not. I probably wouldn't like that.
well, something that aren't in existence like that no more, but Chinese buffets. You would go through the one of those, and they would have all of their menu, lined out in the buffet with the sign in front of it. So you could go through and get like a spoon of that, and taste everything. And then, like, if you wanted to order from there separately, you would know, and have an idea of how it tastes. But like buffets and they just don't exist like they used to. So you would actually have to make the order to try it out.
All I can tell y'all, if anybody want to know, you ever in a new location, you're in a new state, new city, and you just want to have a taste for some Asian food, and you want to, best thing I can tell you is go ask some goddamn black people.
Yeah.
Best thing I can tell you.
Yeah,
They're gonna tell you what it is. Oh no, don't eat that shit over there. Go over here.
Go
They gonna
across
tell
the street to
you.
them,
They're gonna let you
but
know.
only for this.
Yep. They're gonna let you know. That's one of the things I know about my people. They if you ask, they're gonna fucking tell you. They're gonna be like, hey, I'm glad you asked. Don't go over here, man. That's some bullshit down there. Going on down over here, man, and get this, that, and the third. They're gonna let you know. You ever in a new location, I don't care what state, city you, if it's some black people you see, ask them, and they live there, ask them where to go get Asian. Tell me, are you gonna end up with some bullshit?
Yeah, definitely. Tap into the locals. Especially the locals with taste buds.
Let me see what Crimson said. Hey, no man, this might be an adventure, but I promise it's worth it. Go to Lake Geneva in Wisconsin. Find a joint called Sue Wings. Order the sesame chicken. It's basically General Tso's with sesame seeds. I ain't scared to try it. I'm just be honest with you. I'm not scared to try it because I'm getting good feedback, and I just never was curious enough about it to order it. You know what I mean? It just don't look like something I think I would like, but I hear you, bro.
Yeah, as long as if they make it correctly, you get the good flavor profile on the outside, then you get that nice, juicy, tender, chicken bite on the inside. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
I believe you. I'm gonna try it. Look at Scrolls. He says the best Chinese food in Chicago is Hoi Toi on 85th and Stony. I love the Stony area. All the food down there good. And that is in that specific area is real good. In the 70s and 80s of Stony. You kidding me? I mean, I've never got bad food down there.
Tropical Hut. That was it was on 91st, 87th and Stony. Tropical Hut on the west side of the street. They had the biggest like fried shrimp. It was going there, and it was like an Asian kind of thing. Back in the day, we used to always go there. That was a spot, and then across from what is it? Queen of the Sea, the soul food buffet.
You ever
Is
got
that the
bad
one that's
food
on
over
the
there?
corner?
You ever got any bad food over there?
No,
Never once, have you?
no, because it's too much competition. If you got bad food, ain't nobody going to your spot.
Hey, Scrolls, you might be
So
one of my
you got to
goddamn mama.
represent.
You might be one of my mama friends, man. She be eating that bullshit ass Panda Express.
Yeah, I don't know about no Panda Express. So yeah, that's by his grandmama house. She over there by Pale Hill, over there by CVS.
And
Yeah, Tropical Hut. That was my joint. But then down Jeffrey over there, and then you go up the street a little bit and get you some hoagies. You know, that whole area is just food.
Hey, best thing I can tell you, if you want to experience true South Side food, that's 70 to 80, in anywhere between 70s, 80s, and maybe 90s. I might be pushing a little too far when I say the 90s of the Stony Island area, where you can't miss. You can't miss. Hella dangerous at times, but just make sure you go at the right time of day in the day. And if you go at night, have the right people with you that know what's going on. But hella good food is probably the hidden gem of Chicago, in my opinion. In my opinion, that's just the way I see it. I never got nothing bad to eat down there. It's always fresh, always delicious down there.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And let's see. Yep, Graham's off 84th and Stony. Right on. Let's see. Panda Express Beijing beef is decent. Yeah, okay. That's just like that. The fast food is like, yeah, it's just processed so bad. Chicken spot on 87th, named Jimmy's, underrated.
How long that place been there? Because I might have touched that some a couple times. I just want to know because it's so many spots. My people. I got a lot of people up there. So as soon as I get there, here come the drinks, here come the blunts, and all that kind of stuff. And I be hazy, and we just be rolling. And next thing you know, we at a spot.
Yeah, and just like I know you hungry, and you got the munchies.
How long that place been there, Scrolls?
Let's see. What was that? Smitty said he's going to Chinatown for his Chinese food. Yeah, that's a spot. Three Happinesses right there on Cermak across the street from the fire station. You know, they open, late at night and early in the morning. Very small spot. So you can get it to go, but you go in there, you eat, and they got the lazy Susan around the table. You spend that and get your dishes. Very good spot. Very good. Three Happinesses.
Man,
Say they've been there at least a few years. Jimmy's on 87th.
I might not have been there then. I ain't really been moving around probably hardcore, probably about a good 7 years since my cousin P passed. I just ain't been in the thick of it really at all. That's my guide. That's my guide. He used to guide me. He know what's what. I don't live in the city. I live south of the city. So whenever I'm up there, I make sure I'm with the right folks. And I don't mean that facetiously. They are folks. Literally. You know what I mean? So that's my family, man. That's my family, man. I miss my cousin P, man. Cause man, dog. Spots I didn't even know. I ain't never heard people talk about. There's spots there. In fact, man, I'll tell you another little story. I was up on the far north side with an Italian guy that was just like, and I was skeptical. Yeah. I'm like, man, dude, I don't, where the fuck are we? He's like, trust me, dog, it's gonna be a good spot. And we went into a bakery. Front facing, it was a bakery. And went right on past him. He was like, come on. Went right on past him, right through the kitchen into a little back door, then went downstairs into a whole ass nightclub. Literally a whole ass nightclub. And I'm just looking around this. I'm like, the fuck is going on? That was some real Al Capone era.
Speakeasy type shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in one of them. I'll never forget it. It smelled like you was underground, but it didn't stink, but it smells like the amount of steps that we had to walk down. It was almost like they set up a bomb shelter or something and made a big bar. I mean, it was nice as hell. I didn't pay for shit down there, bro.
And yeah, it's a lot of private clubs, social clubs, if you will, around the city. Now, some people take advantage of the situation. Like there was a after hours spot, which are different than speakeasies, because after hours spots are basically somebody gets an apartment or a condo, then they throw parties at 2, 3 in the morning, and that lasts for a few weeks until the neighbors get tired of all the late night activity and the fights and the shootings and such. And, that gets shut down. But the speakeasies, if you will, last for years because they're private. And there are some quote unquote speakeasy type clubs like, the Key Club. Y'all don't know what that is, but it's basically a 24-hour bar that is not advertised as a bar. You go by it, it just looks like a building. The windows are covered up, with decorative stuff so it doesn't look out of place. But 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you have your own key as a member, and you unlock the door, you go in, and now you're in a club, a bar. And it's like you at the bar, you got, over there. It's cool. And they got a few of those throughout the city. So in a city historically likes to party, that because of your Al Capones and the speakeasies, those places do exist. And if you are lucky enough to be with a local to experience one of those, that's some cool shit, to do, because that's, a part of history.
I got a little nervous. I ain't gonna lie to you at first. I ain't gonna lie. And you're right, Crimson. It was musty. That's the best way to describe it. It was a little musty, but not in like a foul kind of smell way. It's musty, like, okay, it's got some age to it. You know what I mean? Like that. And I don't even know if that makes sense, but that's kind of what the smell was like. It's like I can smell age down in them. And we went down, felt like about 200 steps to get there. When we got down there, went down a little corridor, boom, and we was in there. It felt like I was in part of history.
Yeah.
And it was just cool as shit. I don't know if you ever seen this movie with Sidney Poitier, but it was just like Sidney
They call me
Poitier.
Mr. Tibbs.
No, not this. He is in a lot of movies, man. You gotta check him out. But he's in him and somebody else. I can't remember who it was. It might have been freaking Bill Cosby or somebody else.
Uptown Saturday Night.
Not that one. But they had a what do you call a train cab? Some multiple train cabs kitted out for like basically a rolling gambling den and drinking den, party spot. So you can gamble, drink, do all that stuff in train cars.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I don't know why that was in my head when I'm walking around down there. Everybody's looking at me like, hey, what are you doing down here? But
you ain't no regular. We don't know
right.
You.
This is exactly what it was. And I just kept thinking of that. It's like, that's the coolest thing in the world to me. Something that don't nobody know about, and you have to be exclusive to be a part of it. I like that kind of shit because I've always wanted a place like that where I can have control over who comes in and who comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And not in a way to be disrespectful to anybody, but certain people, hey man, get on out of here with that nonsense. No, you ain't fit to come in here. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, being, that was kind of my industry, gigging a lot of spots, being a doorman and the dude with the list, you meet a lot of people, and you meet a lot of people in the industry, like other door people, other security people, or other bartenders, waitresses, valets, what have you. You'd be like, hey, let's after work, 3 a.m, let's go over here and kick it, unwind a little bit. And it's like, all right, cool. So you just meet a lot of people and end up a lot of places that you wouldn't normally end up if you're open to the experience.
Man.
So when the experience says, hey, you want to go over here? It's be like, okay, let's roll. Let's kick it and see what happens.
That man thought enough of me to bring me to that place. I know I ain't having no business being there.
Yeah, because you just don't bring, any willy lump in places like that with you. Nobody that's gonna, not handle their liquor or cause a scene or do anything like that, because then that reflects bad on you because you vouch for them bringing them up in there.
I saw rings on people's fingers, not no secret society type rings, but like if I had to say organized crime type ring, I could tell it was a lot of old money in there.
Hey, he's a friend of ours.
There's a lot of old money, old dudes in there. like 70, 80-year-old dudes in there just chilling with big rings, glasses big. And I was just like, how y'all doing, man? Hey,
See, those are the ones that you get to know. You know, that they you listen to the stories and shit because they done put in they work. You know, and now they just sitting back. Being old and feisty. You know, it's just a rite of passage if you are in that world. As Red Baron is saying, Chicago's known for its underground bars. All parts of the city, north side, south, west, over east. Every neighborhood got their own little, spots, for their own people.
I went over there and sat by them little old dudes, man. I don't know why. I just like talking to older people. Everything was going on up in there, Trips, but I just gravitated over there to where them older cats was at, and we talking. It's like, hey man, what do you want to drink? I was just like, what do y'all got? He's just like, everything, man. Go over there and look. I went over there. I might have been the first time I had Jameson. I was just like, give me that looks good. He's like, hey, Jameson, hey, bring everybody one. Everybody got so everybody at the table was probably like 4 or 5 other dudes there. Everybody drinking Jameson. We putting down shots. They cracking up, laughing at everything I say. And be honest with you, Trips, you might not see me that way, but I'm a pretty, you get me out and about, I'm pretty funny, man. People fucking love me, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I made
say the oil loosens up the tongue.
Man, dude, we had a good time in there. Them old dudes was cracking up, man. They was in there cracking up. I was telling them old stories, football stories, and stuff I went through growing up. We was down there for about 3 hours, man, just having a good time. And you saw minimal people come in there. And so it was nice, man. I just enjoyed the experience. I never would have imagined I would be in a place like that, but there I was, man.
Yeah, and the places you can go and the people you can rub elbows with. Not always people that you want to admit you rubbed elbows with. On the infamous kind of level. It's like, oh shit. It's like, yeah, it'd be like that in the big city.
Man, one of them cats got carried up out of there by his people, but we had such a good time hanging out with me. He got a little too drunk, and they had to kind of carry him out of there, like around somebody's arm, and they just got him to the car and drove him home. But one of them guys was in there talking about, man, you ever need anything, man, you just come back here, just come here.
Now a guy.
Yeah, I'm just like
just like that.
Yeah, I was just like, he said almost anything, but you need money, you need this, that. And to this day, I wouldn't know how to get back to that bar.
That's just the way they make them.
I would not know how to get back there, but I know it's on the far north.
Well, but that's the thing, though. You leave, these bars any hour of the day at night, you can find you a Chinese food spot to get you some General Tso's chicken.
Man.
Or whatever it is you need to, some of that grease to sop up some of that alcohol.
We went from General Tso's chicken to Nomad possibly being a part of the Italian mafia or something.
The Italians.
That's a whole story for a book. I think it's
the Italians from Illinois.
The most pivotal 3 hours of Nomad's life.
It
might be a book. But all right, here we go with another little meal. Let's see what you think here. This is definitely something I was thinking about with kids. But what do you think about this, bro?
All right, curry chicken head. Oh, I'm sorry, curry chicken stew. Oh, ingredients. Let's say potatoes, carrots, green onion, yellow onion, whole chicken, Caribbean green seasoning, tomato, curry powder, Scotch bonnet pepper, ginger, a bay leaf, kids' favorite, garlic, and flour.
Sorry, it's so small, Triple R. I had to, because there's so much in it, I had to squeeze it on there like that. But Caribbean green seasoning, I've never heard of. I just heard of green seasoning probably 10 years ago. I had never heard of that until 10 years ago. And so Caribbean green seasoning, I'm curious about that. Very, very curious. Have you ever seen that anywhere?
I have not.
Does it make you curious at all?
I've probably tasted it, not seen it, but yeah, I don't see. Here's the thing, like specific Caribbean flavors, I'm not really up on because they have a little more spice than I'm used to, but like your jerk chickens or your curry goats kind of thing, whereas like the actual green seasoning, I've never, been that uh deep into their cooking or their palates or their seasonings or spices to even have heard of that. But just looking at this dish with the like, I don't even know what Scotch bonnet pepper is,
Oh,
but it's got pepper in it. And then you got
mm,
the curry powder, which is kind of peppery in itself to my system at least. So I mean, this whole dish kind of gives me a little pause up front. It's like, ooh,
well,
that looks like it's gonna be a little spicy.
well, Kid said it a couple times during the show. One time we was talking about something that has Scotch bonnet in it, and how you deal with the Scotch bonnet. You love the flavor from a Scotch bonnet, but you need it in there for a minimal amount of time, especially for people who, if you're going to serve this dish to the public, you for sure don't want to leave that Scotch bonnet in there for extended periods of time because it's just going to make the dish hotter and hotter and hotter.
All right,
A
here we
very
go.
hot pepper,
The
very hot pepper.
Scotch bonnet pepper is a very hot, fruity chili pepper plant named for its resemblance to the Scottish tam o' shanter hat, essential in Caribbean cooking for jerk seasoning and hot sauces.
It is it's very good flavor. I'll tell you that. I'll just say this to you, Trips. I'll tell you, and to anybody out here that's looking at this right now, looking at this dish, you invite me to your house and you having stew. If your pot don't look like this, I ain't eating it.
Hmm.
That was cooked.
Yeah, you can tell. Slow and low.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what a stew's supposed to look like.
and for people wondering, you can like look at the side of the pot.
That's right.
How much it has cooked down and condensed with all that flavor.
The reduction.
Reduction. There you go. That's the word. Thank you.
Ah, damn, that looks good. And again, this doesn't have to be spicy. You
Yeah,
know,
but it looks like it is.
well, it just looks like
But it
that.
doesn't have to be making it, at home.
If you even if you took the Scotch bonnet out of it, this stew would still be good.
Yeah, but that curry, because it's not curry is not hot per se, but
Ah,
it can be spicy.
if you put too much in it.
Yeah. So you got to be gentle because I think I've had dishes where, they were just a little bit too liberal with the curry. So it just gave me a literal and figurative bad taste going forward.
Trips, you know what I
So
think you got to
anytime I see stuff with curry powder in it, I kind of get that. Ha, ha, ha.
Trip, well, you know what I think you got to do? I think you got to get it. You got to get something that you want to cook, whether it's curry chicken, curry, whatever, and you gotta use it and just see if I can make this palatable to me. And it's just a spice powder.
Yeah, yeah.
So
It
you
just
can
a little less, and a little less, and maybe a little more.
dog it is you try something next time you make try to make you a curry chicken in a way that you would like and with the stuff that you want in it. Use some curry and use it lightly the first time around, but then after you taste it, then make a decision. I mean, when you go and get curry for the first time by true Jamaican people, oh, that curry dish is probably gonna be spicy as fuck for sure
Mm,
because they just used to it. You know what I mean? That's just the way they cook. And you just understand that curry is a flavor profile,
mhm, mhm.
and you use it how you want to use it. I used it a couple times with my girlfriend here in the last couple months. I told y'all on the show, and she didn't even know it. She's damn, this baked chicken's good as shit.
Mhm.
Just regular baked chicken. I just threw a little curry in there on it, just not much, but I put some on it, dusted it up a little bit, and she just
Look,
like, "What is this?"
look something different.
Yeah.
You know, and like Lord Crimson is saying, this dish is a very good colon cleaner. Thank you very much. This will keep you regular.
That Scotch bonnet, man. Let me tell you something, man. Bro, let me tell you something. You get something with too much Scotch bonnet pepper in it, and I got a sensitive stomach when it comes to spices and dairy. I felt a little bit of that before the show.
It's like so Nomad's ass was like a hydrant in the summer.
Hey, bro, let me tell you, it wasn't bad because I didn't overdo it. One thing about, I'll be honest with you, I got a little hemorrhoid going on.
Oh,
I've been had one for a while, and one of the things I learned about the hemorrhoid is it won't, if you don't bother it, it won't bother you.
Yeah,
So,
but you bother it, it's gonna fuck with you.
yeah, it will. So,
And
so
you know what will bother a hemorrhoid? Pepper and spice.
Too much spice. I can do a little bit, but if I get too carried away, obviously, in the last 24 to 48 hours, I did a little too much.
Mm-hmm.
I already know what it is. I already know what it is. I fucked around. I got snacky about 12, 14 hours ago, and I grabbed a small ass bag, two small ass bags of corn chips, and I threw some Louisiana in them and shook them up.
Oh, Lord. That'll do it.
And it just now got me.
Shit, don't know better, do better. Because you about to pay for that. That momentary 10, 15 minutes of flavor on the tongue is about to be about 2-3 hours of burning in the bum.
Man, dude, spice is good. It's a very good colon cleanse. And I think that's what the spice is, from the earth. So it's a good thing. It's a good
Everything
thing.
in moderation. Moderation.
Yes. Spice is from the earth. Anything that grows from the ground or from a tree is from the earth. And it's there for a reason. And spice is a good cleanser. If nothing else, it will cleanse you in a way that's sometimes very uncomfortable to you, very inconvenient to you, but very good to your fucking body and the functioning of it.
Mm-hmm.
So don't run from spices, run to it, just do it in moderation.
Because remember, if you overdo it on the spices, the spices do eat your stomach lining and your intestinal lining. So you're wearing away your insides, literally your organs and all that stuff, by overdoing it. If you just have that tongue that it's like, oh, I gotta have it hot, gotta have it hot. Your tongue may like it hot, but the rest of your body, they get a vote in that too.
You're right, Smitty. I did. Yeah, it didn't get to that level this time, but I have had to do that. Preparation H for real. And that's when I didn't understand. You and your body is a lifelong journey, and you learn your body over time. Am I right, Trips? You learn what and what not to do with your body over time. And as,
Enough bad lessons.
yeah, it's like you remember the last time you drank something and you prayed to the Lord while you was over that porcelain god that you'll never do this again.
Pray to never do this again, and also to keep my toilet cleaner. But I'm calling bullshit right now in the chat. Somebody by the name of Real Parrot Burp is gonna say spices never affected them.
I know people like that.
It's in the name, man.
I know people like that. I know people like that. There's some damn near alien. I've met people like that. I'm just like, ain't no way. He's like, they don't bother me. Like milk doesn't bother a lot of people. To me, there ain't no way. But I've met people like that.
I get, it's the same with alcohol. It affects people different ways. But one thing that I do know, that if you have too much spice, milk or yogurt or something dairy like that will cool you down. Because if you have certain things and you think water or beverage is going to cool you down, that could have the opposite effect.
Bro, hey, one time I ate the spiciest wings at Buffalo Wild Wings. Not all of them. I ate two. I ate two, bro.
Going on a dare?
Kind of, man, had the little just. I was with my girl, and this is early on into our relationship, and we was out, her, me, and a couple of my work homeboys, her and a couple of her work girls, and we was trying to match up and shit. We was matching motherfuckers up, and it was a good time being had. Just trust me. And they're just like, I had never been to Buffalo Wild Wings. That was my first time at Buffalo Wild Wings. And we had some wings, some regular wings out there. Everybody was just nibbling on all that shit. And we got to talking. It was just like, hey, my girlfriend was the instigator. And I was just like, I can eat them. It was like 6 wings. Dude, they tasted so good. The first wing was so good, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And then somewhere towards the end of that wing, I started to feel it.
Did you get some habanero or something?
I don't know what they put on them, but that's the hottest wing. They got levels in there. It's the when you put that temperature chart up there, they show you
Schofield scale.
Yeah. All that was in there. And I was like, man, ain't nobody scared of them guys. Bring them shits.
2.
Man, dog. Dog. That might have been the worst goddamn experience I ever had out eating it is the worst experience I ever had. I was all outside. People was pouring shit on me. I was just like, oh,
out there sweating.
I mean, it was bad, bro. It's like into that second wing, man, my stomach started bubbling up. Oh boy, I was outside. I got so fucking hot. It's in the middle of summer too. And that didn't make it no better because I went outside and it's hot as shit out there. The humidity was high. They're just like, go get some ice water. People pouring ice water on me, getting milk. Oh, hell no. I'm like, dude, they was all laughing at me. I thought I was tough, man, but it punked me out.
Because there's one thing, I wasn't there, but I know this happened. When Nomad, ate that first ring, he's, this is good. But then as soon as that heat of that second wing got to him, that's when he stopped and looked at the wing. And looked at it like, what's happening right now? I know you looked at it.
I sure.
Because it's like, what am I eating? Is this? Oh, this ain't right.
I realized how thick that shit was caked on there. You're right.
Because you be eating stuff, it's like, oh, this ain't hot. Oh, this ain't, and then it's like, oh, this is hot. And it's just that universal. You got your mind is now catching up to what your tongue and your esophagus is starting to feel, and so you're trying to process it. And it's like, wait, but this was just good a second ago, but why is it hurting me now?
You know what's funny about all that? I didn't even remember this until just now, and I'm gonna have to when this show is over, I'm gonna holler at it. The dude that was back there cooking, believe it or not, was a goddamn pre-med student that she knew. A fucking pre-med student that she knew. And she went back there and told him that I thought he think he's bad. All right, make him some. And he put some extra shit on there. Oh, dog, I was hurting so bad.
She said, make him feel it.
Oh, my God, bro.
Talking all that shit.
God. It was nothing but suffrage, bro. Nothing but suffrage, man. I laid in the back of that girl's car. And from where we were at on the north side of Columbus, Ohio, to the east side, felt like it took fucking 2 days just to get to my house. I got to my house, man. She's just like, you want me to stay here with you? No, get the fuck out. I don't even want to look at your ass no more.
I need some alone time right now.
Get the fuck out of here. Wow, she's like, damn, man.
Because I don't want you to see a grown man cry.
And she never told me that she did that until like probably 6 or 7 months later. She thought I was upset at her. But I was never mad at her because I didn't know that she did that. She was no connection to the fact that I ate 2 fucking hot wings.
Yeah, that could have been a little perturbing.
Man.
Like you tried to poison me. I almost called you out your name.
she was just like, I was just real careful around you because you was real hostile when I was taking
You
you
mean
home.
when I was poisoned?
What the hell you want to be around me for? And my stomach fucked up and I'm hot. Fuck wrong with you?
Knowing that it's got to pass through and on the way out, it's going to leave its revenge.
Man, dude,
You
probably
did that shit on purpose.
probably the worst 24 hours I've ever had, bro.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, God, it was bad. It was so bad.
Well, hey, I don't want to relive it, but 4 days. 24 hours, 4 days.
Bro.
And I know it was 4 days because I remember the exact day. It was Super Bowl goddamn Sunday. And a buddy made a jalapeno chili in the slow cooker. So you could not taste any pepper whatsoever. It tasted like just a very nice, smooth, sweet chili. So I had like 3 bowls. I went right till Thursday. You know, the Super Bowl is over at like what, 5, 7, 8 o'clock. By about 1, 2 in the morning, I was done. I couldn't stay away from a toilet longer than 10 minutes.
You just look at the toilet, you just walk past the bathroom, you had to go, didn't you?
Man, and then it was one of those where you didn't want to go because it was like a shooting a fire hydrant force out your boom boom, but it was like full of like hot lava.
Bro.
And it's like,
I'd much rather deal with the heat. I'm talking about on my upper half of my body, that the initial heat that I dealt with eating those things. And it was bad. Versus what I had to deal with when that shit passed through the Strait of Hormuz, bro.
If you think it's hot now, wait until tonight, girl or boy, whoever. Shit.
The Strait of Hormuz opened up, and I tell you, it opened up all the shipping lanes.
That's when you make sure you down in cups of yogurt,
bro.
You know,
I
keep
didn't
it
know
cool,
none of that.
have fire out on the inside.
I didn't know nothing about none of that. All I knew is how to curl up in fetal position and suffer.
Because it's just hot for no damn good reason.
It was bad, bro. I'd had a few nights like that. You know, the times I did, like I said, messing around at gyms.
And you know what? It could. I'm not saying that it was, but that could have been a precipitating cause right there from Mr. Hemorrhoid.
I'm sure it was, man. It wasn't just, I love spicy food. I get it from my mother. My mother has always eaten everything pretty much with Tabasco. And I got used to eating that over the years. And that went, you know, from Tabasco to Louisiana, Frank's, and all the other hot sauces out there. Anytime I was eating, whether it was chicken or fish, things like that, fried foods and shit like that, gotta have that hot sauce on it. And one day my uncle told me a long time ago, he was just like, boy, you keep eating all that hot sauce on everything, boy, your ass you gonna fuck around and pay for that later on. Man, get out of my face, man. I'm eating my shit. Ignored him. But then years later, sure enough. But yeah, that's what too much spices can do to you, your body over time. It is a level to all of it, and spices have their place. But too much of it is gonna have a permanent place on your ass.
Too much is more than too much. There's a Trip was so messed up. He needed a what does that say? Was so messed up the toilet turned into a commode. Oh, not a commode.
Yeah, do a bedpan.
Right? You gotta get up and sit down in your little thing and hope everything stays contained in that little bucket.
Man.
But then somebody got to empty the bucket and you got to clean yourself. Yeah, I don't like them.
Bro, I remember that night like it was yesterday. You know, some things happened to your life in your life and just really traumatized you. I can remember every splash of water. I was just waiting on it. I was like, oh God. Here come another one.
Please.
Here come another one. Oh God. It's coming through. The Strait of Hormuz open up and the burn, bro. Woo.
It'll burn.
I had a different respect for life after that. I just
Yeah,
know that it
yeah. I
just
mean that will an experience like that will train you to say next time you have the opportunity to eat something spicy or a dish like that again, you be like, "Yo, we gonna back up off that spice." Oh, it's not that hot. Yeah, it's not that hot. Kiss my ass. We gonna back up off that spice. You enjoy it as spicy as you want to. I'm going with the training wheels or the kitty version, if you will. You know, whatever it is that's got the flavor, but no spice. Yeah, I'm with that. Other than that, yeah.
I know one thing. If you ain't had Jolly Bee's chicken,
Ooh.
don't order the spicy chicken.
Uh-uh.
Don't order that the first time.
Those Koreans will get you.
Yeah. Don't order, just order the regular chicken. Don't order the spicy, bro. And just tell you that for future reference. You'll have a Jolly Bees next to you soon enough. But
But you should take Clemson's advice. You go shop for some toilet paper with aloe.
ooh, I don't even know if that, you know what, that would be soothing. I do have some of that in there.
Man, shit. If you ain't got toilet paper with aloe, you know what else has aloe? Kleenex.
And plants.
Well, it'd be a little hard to wipe your ass with the plant. You know, Kleenex a little more happy or medium.
Hey, you ain't never had a chapped ass before. You ain't really lived your life well.
I mean, because if you look at those aloe plants, they got those spines and those little cactus-like thorns on there. You know,
Well,
you don't clean it off right.
no. You don't do nothing with the outside of that plant. What you do is you squeeze the insides of it out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I got to get you some aloe, man. That's doomsday prep type stuff.
Yeah, because it's a medicinal plant.
Very much so. We always keep aloe around here. A plant. At
Hmm
least
How
one,
much
but not more,
how much light do those need?
the same amount of light as any other plant.
Well, I just got a plant as a gift. Odd, but random. Spider plant, and it's like a medium light thing.
Uh I'm just trying to picture what this, I know I've seen it before. I know
What
I've
a
heard
spider
about it.
plant?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hold on.
I know plants just, some need more light than others, some need more. Yeah, it's like that for a garden too. You what up, Shad? I tried to, we gonna put shit together, man. Trust me, we're gonna get it together. We just couldn't put it all the way together today. We're gonna get it. Oh, one of those.
Yeah,
My mother always had those. I'll ask her. I'll
yeah,
ask.
because I got the little care thing,
Mhm.
and it tells you like medium light and all, how to care for it and all that stuff. Because I don't have a big sunny area, like that. So, whatever foliage I have around the house has to be able to survive in a lower light, environment.
Okay, so my advice to you would be this. What do you got, about like 12 hours of daylight? Maybe not, maybe less.
Well, in the middle of the summer, if that.
Okay, so just think about it this way. So however many hours of daylight you have, cut that plant's sun presentation in half. And so give it about half of the day's sunlight and then move it to a place and give it water.
Mm. Yeah, it sits where it sits, and I open the blinds, and it gets the light it gets, and then I close the blinds.
Yeah.
And then the suggestion that I got for watering is that once it gets dry, just drop an ice cube in it. You know,
Hmm, never heard that one.
yeah, and then it'll melt on its own, and moisturize nice and slowly throughout the soil and down to the roots. And then you say every week or depending on the humidity of your place and the dryness of the soil. I've been paying attention, right, keep the thing alive. But yeah, water it with an ice cube every few days.
It's an oxygen creator, is what a plant
Mhm.
does. And so my advice is also check and Google and see how to properly prune it. And so pruning is basically cutting off stuff that it doesn't need. So dead
Mhm.
stems, dead, you can see the dead stuff, but you might think right there at the top where the leaf is kind of browning or something like that, you might think that's the best place to prune it. The best place to prune any plant is from the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And so look in Google and see how best to prune it.
Yeah. Right now, I got all the like the dead, dried up, leaves or whatever, and this is all very green and healthy and supple down in there. So I will, look to best practices for taking care of them.
Look at Smitty. He's giving you some good sound advice, man.
What do you say? Indirect light and water when the soil gets dry. Keep the temp around 65 degrees. Well, in my older age, the temp is at 70, 71. Thank you very much. And yeah, indirect light is what it's getting. And water when the soil gets dry. Well, yeah, that's the ice cube when it gets dry.
Well, you know your room temperature, so that means you got to give it a little bit more water.
Because it's going, yeah, a little bit warmer. So yeah.
That's just good general maintaining plants, man. There's nothing complicated about that. Knowing the plant and how the plant acts and how it responds, like there's certain things in my garden. Like if I plant like my far south part of my garden, I know that those plants have to have those are the plants that really love sunlight and a lot of it, and love a lot of water. But the plants I plant closer to me where the tree coverage is at, the house shadow, the tree shadow, those are plants that really, really excel in kind of cooler temperatures, like your potatoes and shit like that,
Mm.
carrots and things like that. That really like dense, moist soil. Those things are going to excel in that. But when you got other stuff that has flowers to it, like your cucumbers, your tomatoes, some of the tomatoes ain't the same, but that's just we'll get more into that when we start talking about the doomsday survival. But in the any last things you want to say about that, man, before we get onto the bears?
Well, just closing out on the plants. It's interesting because looking through the chat, um, Patrick is talking about aloe, and well, that's not gonna cut it when your ass is on fire. But Smitty Q saying his mama used to grow aloe plants, and he himself just bought a bonsai. And they say, okay, Miyagi, what's the
everybody should
bonsai?
have everybody should have aloe in their house, multiple plants, and use it. And so when you get aloe and you growing aloe plants, just Google it and figure out how to take care of them. It's not complicated. You just put them in the sun, you water them, and maybe rotate them once in a while. Turn the plant around a little bit, give this side a little bit more sun than the other, and you just let it grow. When you're harvesting the aloe, you got to clip a stem off of the tree or the plant, and you harvest that aloe. You put it in something and figure out how to preserve it. That aloe is very medicinal for people that have all kinds of stuff going on.
Well. Here's a little hitch in the giddy up. Aloe vera plants require bright, direct light, ideally receiving at least 6 to 8 hours of direct sun a day.
And that's exactly what our aloe plants get. And it's I can go in there and pull a plant right now and show you how thick and dense those branches get. And the aloe that comes from it, squeezing all that gooey ooey stuff out of
Mm.
there, it's so medicinal.
Yeah. I've had that. I've actually seen and utilized the aloe from the plant. But it's a plant that, like I say, I don't have this much light, and this to stay healthy, they have to south or west facing windows, neither of which I got. So if your property orientation is one that you can get that direct sunlight, make sure you get you some aloe a plant.
My girlfriend, and I'm gonna make sure I say this the right way. Um, she had a little something going on, dry skin, something going on. It started in her hands, started in between her fingers. like in between her fingers. She just started to dry and crack up and get a little rashy. And we trying all kind of stuff, all kind of little ointments and shit like that. Next thing you know, she gonna probably get mad at me for saying it, but next thing you know, it was around like her chest area, up around her neck and chest area, around her breast and shit. And she was just like, she went to the doctor. The doctor didn't give her nothing to really help it. And well, he thought it was helping her, but it didn't. And she was getting a little frustrated with it. So I was just like, fuck, we got aloe in there. Cracked one of these plants open and cracked off a stem. And I just rubbed that shit all over her and just really dig into her membrane. I had her go run her hands in hot water to kind of open her pores up a little bit, so that when I put the aloe on it, it got right into her pores.
Mm-hmm.
So clip that. You open your pores up by putting hot water on your body. You open your cells up, and you put that, whatever that plant's medicinal quality has to it, you put that directly into you by opening up your pores. And I put that shit on her probably 3-4 days in a row, and the shit went away.
Yeah, the properties that it needed is exactly what the body needed, for its ailment. That's when a beauty of the plant comes together from all of the seeds and herbs and plants provided, to use on the planet. And speaking of, Smitty Q said he even got a Venus flytrap. Those are so cool when they close up on the insects and stuff. Growing up, we used to put roaches in them, because we had an abundance of them. So we watched the plant, and the plant was like very well fed. It was pretty cool.
I've never seen one of those up close.
Yeah, it's just real freaky just to watch the little thing just go zip, and like, oh shit! It's like then it just sits there like a plant and digests its prey.
How much is one of those?
I have no idea, because it was just a plant. I don't even know. I didn't really know plants cost money. I don't buy plants.
I didn't even think that was real.
Venus flytrap, and I don't mean from WKRP in Cincinnati. Venus flytrap at Walmart, $7.99.
Really?
And then the large one, $25. And like the large one, it looks like feed me, Seymour, feed me.
It's big.
Little Shop of Horrors type stuff. Now I don't know how big. That's just like the mouth part, but it's just regular plant size. I don't think it's like.
Do that again. Do that again. Trip. Do that again.
Oh wait, hold on. I lost it. Oh, there we go. Put this back. Hold on. There it is.
Oh wow! I think I'm gonna get me one of them.
Yeah, I mean it's cool. Just sit up there. And, like I say, it's not like a pet, so it'll sit down there on the shelf or wherever you got it. But then when it eats and you see it, it's just kind of like, oh, okay. It's just like a show that you wait for. Like that one plant that blooms one time in a year in the middle of the night for like 2 minutes. People collect those plants and just wait for that 2 minutes. The fly trap owners just wait for that consumption.
How fast does it close the mouth?
Oh, when it closes it, pretty quick. It's like a snap too to trap it. It's not like a slow thing. It's more of a zoop. And then that's it. And then it just stays closed until it's done its thing. And then it opens back up when it's ready to eat again.
You know what, Trips? And everybody in the chat, and anybody watching the show, I have so much respect for nature, and everything in nature has its reasoning for being here. And that particular plant has this particular purpose. And wow. I'm getting fucking. I might get a few of them.
Yeah.
I might get a few of them. I don't have a bug problem, but gnats around here sometimes in the summertime they can get pretty rough. But yeah, man, I love that.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah,
getting
it's just something, another species to add to your, you know, your environment, your echo chamber.
I got a cat. I wonder was she attacked that thing or something because it looks weird.
Yeah, I don't think no more than any other plant.
She don't mess with the plants, really. She doesn't get on. She doesn't get on things. She's kind of trained to not. She gets on the couch. She gets on the ottoman. That's it.
Yeah,
She
and it's
knows
like
how to come up to it.
the neighborhood Dr. Green Thumb, Smitty Q. Get a couple of Venus and some Monstera plus lemon, and you can tame mosquitoes.
Mm. I'm gonna remember that, Smitty. I appreciate it. I'm all about doing natural things, man.
Hmm. On a good tip here from Lord Crimson, like if you do get a Venus flytrap, don't tease them, don't touch them, because if they close without food, they're starting their digestive process with no food, because that sense of touch triggers the mechanism.
Mm.
So it's like touch it and then watch it close. But don't do that.
I had to I had to go outside and get him an ant or something, throw it in there and see what happened. Start him up.
Hmm. But just watching it, naturally, organically, flies going around or a bee or whatever, and it's like, oh shit, that fly is flying around the trap, and then so you just kind of watch, from a distance, not to spook anything, not to, to disrupt the process, and then you see the fly land, and it's like, oh shit. What you could do is set up a camera on it and just wait for it to eat, and put it on YouTube.
Mm.
Live Venus flytrap feedings.
Wow. How about this, man? I can talk for another hour about this because we talking about the natural world, man. And I love that. But people came here to talk about the bears, man, and let's do this. Yeah, the spiders are gonna get got. Oh,
They
then
say
and
no spiders, no spider.
make
Don't eat
the plant
spiders.
sick. It'll make the plant sick.
It's like you can't feed the plants curry. Just consider spiders curry.
It's a few daddy long legs around this motherfucker. It's like everybody else's house, but
Mm.
all right. Let me put up the this is the latest trip. You can read it if you want to.
Uh, let's see. Oh, it's down there. Okay. Hold on. Let it go back to the beginning. Cycle through. But what we are looking at is a scroll, not Red Baron scrolls, but on the bottom of the list. Now, what are these? The Bears top 30 visits thus far.
Yep.
All right. So
Updated.
as we go through, as we get closer and closer to draft time, only a few weeks away, make sure you are in tune. Draft weekend on the Nomad Network, Kansas Canuck and Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple R SCS, as we will be live all weekend and announcing the picks as they are picked. All right. So now for the Chicago Bears 2026 official top 30 confirmed visits. Wide receiver from Ole Miss, Dejon Stribling. Defensive tackle from Oklahoma, Grayson Halton. Defensive tackle from Ohio State, Hayden McDonald. Center from Kentucky, Yager Burton. Quarterback from Rutgers, Ethan Kalakamakis. Interior offensive lineman from Duke, Brian Parker. Tight end from Syracuse, Dan Villari. Running back from Kentucky, Seth McGowan. Linebacker from Michigan, Jimmy Rolder. Defensive tackle from Washington, Ontario Thompson. Defensive back from Miami, Keontae Scott. Tackle from Arizona, Max Ilcantor. Center from Miami, James Brockmeyer. And defensive end from Missouri, Zion Young.
Anything stick out to you, Trips, that you want to talk about? Because there might be a couple names that you might want to discuss if you want.
Not in particular because I'm, not looking at specific names. I'm just looking at like position groups. And it's like, well, what are they doing? They're all over the place. Defensive line, offensive line, center, interior, tackle, quarterback, tight end, running back, linebacker, cornerback. They're all over the map position group wise. And so I don't know what to glean from any of this.
All right, I got a quick question from Leo Factor. He says, "Nomad, who do you think is the best free safety prospect in the draft?" That's pretty easy to me, and I think it's Dillon Thieneman. I think it's Dillon Thieneman, strong, and I know Emmanuel Warren. I forget his name, but he's up there. There's several, but so far, getting through the plethora of safeties out there, and the free safeties in particular. So far, I haven't seen a safety with better range. There's a close second. We're gonna talk about him tonight. And he could be a free safety or a box safety. But yeah, we'll talk about him tonight. But I think the safety class is really thick. It's nice, and it's a good time if you got. There's a reason why we let 2 starting safeties go. That should tell you a whole lot. That should tell you a bunch. They thought that they can enhance the team by getting a little younger. Of course, that's part of the of what they did here and getting Kobe Bryant. But also they felt like they can really supplement the roster by getting younger in the draft, and because the safety class is really stocked.
Well, I think that also says something about the safety class that because the Bears decided not to bring back Jaquan Brisker, Owens, but they did re-sign Elijah Hicks, and then the free agent of Kobe Bryant. But we are pretty much looking at a glaring red light, flashing, saying, hey, starting safety needed, because I don't think he's on the roster right now. Whereas in all of the other position groups, there are bodies at the position that we may need to find which one's at the starter. But at safety, there's not even a lot of bodies to throw at the starting spot yet.
I don't know. I might beg to differ there. I think Elijah Hicks is going to have a real strong chance to compete for a starting safety, free safety.
Compete, yeah.
And I mean that by saying this, like I've said before, I've seen that guy gradually just get better and better and better, and just not being given an opportunity because of the circumstances. You got Kevin Byard there. He's never going to play with Kevin Byard. He's never hurt. He's always healthy. He's always out there. You're never going to fucking see the field. And then in the box, I'm not going to say he can't play box safety. And his range is what Elijah Hicks's range is what makes him a little bit different. He's quick. He's fast to the ball. He closes on in space really, really well. And that reads free safety. And so box safety, you really don't want to have to put him there unless you have to. Free safety is really where he finds his home. And without Kevin Byard there, he's going to get more and more of an opportunity. They will draft a free safety. They will draft a free safety. And that guy's going to be in competition with Elijah Hicks.
So Kobe Bryant's the box safety?
I think so. I think Dennis Allen's defense is so hybrid. Those safeties will exchange spots time and time again. The better and better that defensive front gets, the quicker it gets, those guys will flip and flop spots like it ain't nobody's business. Sometimes you won't even know who is the box safety or who's the free safety. Sometimes you won't know. But that's a good defense. Whenever you see that triple R, where you don't really know who's the high safety and who's the low safety, That's a good defense. That's scary to a quarterback because when he's snapping the ball, he's trying to figure out who's going to be up top. Who's the cap on the defense? And when both guys can go out there and equally do it, that's a dynamic, really good defense.
Well, now Crimson's saying, I don't know, Nomad. I hope you're right, but he doesn't see it in Hicks. Now, do you obviously he has the advantage of experience, but out of the prospects in this 2026 draft of the safeties, how many could come in and really, push Hicks for that starting job, if not, supplanting him, by mid-season and not looking back?
Multiple. It's a really good safety draft. And again, I'll tell you, Crimson, there's a reason why they let 2 starting safeties go. It's their evaluations of what they think is out there. And there's part of it to do with them trying to remain young and get out of contracts and not having to pay much. There's that there always with any franchise. But there's also the fact that this safety class is rich. So rich that I don't think we've done good enough work over here on the channel to really highlight it. I haven't done enough of it. But there is some really good safeties, bro. I'm telling you right now, it's probably about 25 of them I'm just trying to finish up the film on. Like 25. I just said the number. About 25 of them. Hardcore 25. Excuse me, but I just had an ant just roll up on me in the house, but that's how good the safety class is. That's just how good the safety class is.
Well, so yeah, definitely we don't know what day, what round, but safety will be definitely coming off the board for the Bears this draft.
Look at Sharon Collins says we need 2 of those safeties.
Yeah, 2 out of the 25.
It wouldn't surprise me. I think they'll go safety fairly early and then another one fairly late to challenge that safety. Somebody they think high of and they just lucked up on them later on in the draft or some UDFA or something like that. But yeah, it's definitely something they're gonna, as holy as this roster is, as holy as a piece of Swiss cheese, it's gonna firm up in this draft. I promise you that.
All right. Well, with the guys you're looking at, are any of them cornerbacks?
Let me see. Do I got a cornerback in here?
Because I think that corner is higher on the Bears shopping list than most fans would believe.
Well, let's start with this guy.
All right, let's go. Go ahead.
Keith Abney out of Arizona State. This is by request of the last show we did. I think it was Scrolls that mentioned him. Now, Keith Abney is a boundary corner at Arizona State. Let me hold on, bro.
All right, as Nomad gets that together, Keith Abney, it looks like he's 5'10", weighs about 187. He runs a 4.45 40. Yeah, Arizona State from Dallas, Texas.
Hold on, bro. It's some brisk movement going on around here. I don't like that. It's a bad vibe. Anyway, I'm reading about 6 foot 190. I think that's rich when I'm looking at him on film. Also, let me pull this down because so Keith Abney, he's a boundary corner at Arizona State. Looking at his film tells me a couple of things. And part of I'm just gonna get the more unflattering part of what I think his game is. On field, and I don't know what he might run in the 40 in his private workouts or his combine workouts. Doesn't matter to me. That's why I don't pay attention to this shit. Because on the field, I do see he lacks long speed. I don't think he has long speed. And that's what a boundary corner has to have. You need to be able to take that guy that's trying to take you on the top of the defense. You need to be able to stay in phase with him. So far I did not see this guy having the long speed to be able to play boundary corner. Not to say that he can't translate to the NFL and play boundary corner. I'm just telling you, I think he's going to be a slot corner in the NFL. He's quick, he's sudden, aggressive, tenacious, and really, really physical in the box. And that's going to definitely stand out to anybody scouting this guy. It's just like, okay, what do I want him to be? Okay, I want him to be a boundary corner. What is he really good at? You have two different kinds of coaches out there. You got coaches that want this out of a person and it not really being his strong suit. And then you have coaches that know exactly what he is instinctively off of looking at his tape. And that's what we're going to have. You if Keith Abney ends up as a Chicago Bear, they better know right away. Train him in the box. Train him in the box. Train him to be either a slot corner or some kind of low safety. So he can be physical, he can be fast, he can be sudden, all that abruptness that he plays with. He's got really good instincts. I just don't think you leave that guy soloed out on a what's the cat's name out of Cincinnati? The receiver.
Chase, Jamar.
Chase will eat him up. Number one, I don't think he's polished enough to deal with him. And so Keith Abney is going to come into the league. If playing boundary corner, it's going to definitely take him a little bit. If they play him in the slot where he can be a little bit more instinctual and play fast to the ball, track down all those little screen routes and the short area game, that's when he can really excel. But the long game, he needs some polishing, bro. That's just the truth about him. I know I come in here and I really give high praise to most of the guys we evaluate on the channel. I'm being honest with you when I tell you this. I don't think he's polished enough to play boundary corner yet. Not today. Not in the NFL. You can get away with a lot of shit in college. Stuff I'm seeing him doing on the level he's doing it on works in college. But in the pros, different game.
Let's see. Shad on Sports is saying a dime defensive back.
Yep, somewhere in that you're in the right. You definitely in the right area. Definitely in the right area. You're definitely in the right area. So good tape, and I'm talking about in the box where all the football really happens. You're talking about your screen plays. You're talking about your halfback tosses. You're talking about your tight end stuff. You're talking about a lot of trickery that goes on within 15 yards and under. That's an important part of the game because a lot of football is played there, right? So, he has a lot of value. But to me, my opinion is Keith Abney II is a slot cornerback. I don't know who y'all watch out there, but some people might say different. But I'm just telling you from a cornerback's perspective, that guy belongs in the box right now. And not to say that he can't graduate out and play boundary corner. He could. But right now, what I see on film, he's a box, either safety or a slot corner. But good player. Good player. I love the aggressiveness that he plays with. He's tenacious, man, like a little pit bull. But he can go. All right. Let's get to the next.
Doesn't seem like he has that Dennis Allen versatility.
No, actually, that's why he might be a little bit attractive because a lot of the cornerbacks that he really likes are really, really tough in the box. He does a lot of blitzing. He likes to blitz. We didn't see as much of it this year because he just got this personnel and he's trying to figure out how to really use this personnel. And it's not necessarily what we saw in New Orleans because he's not used to those guys and their skill sets. He's trying to figure them out all year long. And so now that he knows what he has, he'll know how to use that shit's coming. And plus, we just grabbed a couple of defensive tackles that really are really setting off the ball, and they'll be able to collapse the interior of the offensive line fairly faster than we've been able to do in the last few years. Those guys are going to be very impactful, and that's going to make the secondary play a little bit more fast and more physical. And so a guy like him can be very attractive. This is definitely a Tyrann Mathieu kind of player. But I don't know that he has the range as Tyrann Mathieu had that can play out top effectively. I don't know it. But that's what I see, man. This is Keith Abney, about 6 foot, about 190. Good football player, man. Good football player. Let's see what happens to him in the draft, man.
Right on.
All right, let's get to the next guy. We're going right on back up to the top. This is another guy somebody brought up. I think we drafted him in the mock draft. This is receiver Romello Brinson out of SMU. And every time I watch him play, I'm thinking Slim Reaper. We're talking about Devontae Smith from the Eagles. He's a little bit taller than Devontae Smith. Slim, and sometimes, to the negative point, I get a little nervous when I look at receivers with really slight legs and skinny legs, because to me, I'm not even gonna say that, man. He's been faring well with those little skinny legs. He carries about, he's 6'2", 190 pounds. So he holds it down. And the skinny legs does not really affect his game. But man, he can play. I mean, he's a very, very effective possession receiver and a very effective big play receiver at the same time. And what I love about him is he's all hands. Again, all hands. What's the difference between a guy catching the ball with his hands, catching the ball in his body?
Incomplete passes.
I'll tell you, the margin of error, Trip. There's a margin of error, and there's a margin in inerrant balls that just come out and don't hit the target right. You're throwing the ball to a place, but it's not really trajecting in the right place, and the receiver has to adjust, and he has to reach back or reach forward, whatever it is. The coverage in the NFL is a whole lot tighter than college. And so you need receivers that can reach out and snag the hell out of that ball and not wait for that ball to hit their bodies.
Let's see. Red Baron saying he's built like a Swisher Sweet. So his legs are kind of fragile looking, like a white owl.
Yeah, it's a lot of dudes in the NFL like that, still getting it done.
Well, here's a comp from Shad, Bernard Berrien.
There you go. Another guy built like that. Got it done. That's a great comp, Shad, to be honest with you. Great comp. Yeah, he's he's built like Jaden Daniels. Look, man, the guy is
he's sinewy.
Dude, just watch the tape. And you watch enough of it, you watch Romello Brinson play, and game in and game out. They need big plays to happen. They need possession downs to happen. You got a 3rd and 7, and you need to go to one of your guys that's going to get the play. It's going to make the play. Romello Brinson has been a playmaker. He's been a playmaker. And, he can give it to you in the short area. He can take the top off the defense, too. Sure-handed. And he's everything you want. And he's a willing blocker, too, Trip. So, before you ask that question, he will block.
Well, I think that's kind of a prerequisite, because I don't know do you think Ben Johnson and Antoine Randall want, a prospect of a wide receiver who knows how to block or has some foundation in it, or will they take a wide receiver and teach him how to block?
The guy knows how to block.
All right, so he's already advantage in that area.
He's good. I would just. Did you like Darnell Mooney?
Yeah, he had good heart, good hustle.
Taller Darnell Mooney. Bigger Darnell Mooney.
Okay.
A little bit bigger Darnell Mooney. That's what he is. And
Yeah,
Mooney,
because Darnell, he wasn't a quote unquote stud or a star, but he's a solid wide receiver.
that's what he is. He's a little bit taller Darnell Mooney and a little bit bigger Darnell Mooney. I think he packs a little bit more weight than Mooney. He's he's a sleeper, man. You know, Darnell Mooney at Tulane. I remember looking at his tape before he came out, and we ended up drafting him. I'm just like, man, he's a little light glass of water, but this motherfucker's bad. And look what he did. He came into the league, and people loved Darnell Mooney. They loved him, and so I said that to begin the conversation. That's just one of my little hang ups is receivers with little skinny legs. What scares me is I live in the DB world, and I know DBs that go after legs.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? That's just where my hang up is. That's just a
So you want a little bit more than a kind of halfway meaty toothpick out there for some sticks.
yeah, but you never seen it. I see him take some leg shots too. I was looking for it. Saw him take some leg shots, but no problem. He's got some sturdy sticks on him, man. He's got some pretty sturdy sticks.
Yeah, like Paul Mooney, Darnell, not so much.
Hey, quit hating,
Okay, here you
quit
go, Thomas.
hating. Quit hating. But he's a dog player, man. He's a dog player. They got some pretty dog players at SMU. Very slept on team. Let me just say, and this ain't got nothing to do with Romello Brinson, but SMU is one of those teams that you start looking at tape and you're going to look at this certain player and you end up looking at so many other people. He's been one of them teams. That's been one of them teams over the past 5 years for me. Tell you another one. Indiana just won a championship. Our beloved Chris, I told him that. I was like, I don't know what the fuck Indiana's doing, but these dudes, if they keep going down this trajectory, I don't know how they're getting all these top players, these top stud football players. Don't know how they're doing it, but if they keep doing it, they're gonna be in the. They're gonna make some noise for a championship. He's just like, what? I said, I'm telling you, bro. I'm serious as telling you what I told Chris. And if he was here, he'd be like, man, he did say that to me. I started looking at the recruiting. I just like, and they development. So SMU, Indiana, I'll tell you another sleeper is UConn. And UConn is known for who? That's another team, you know. Let me throw another one out there to you that you wouldn't even imagine. It's Maryland. Well, we got what's his name from?
Oh, Monangai.
No, Monangai came from Rutgers. We got the
Rutgers.
linebacker from Maryland.
Oh, Hippolyte.
Hippolyte. They got some dogs down there. If they keep going down the trajectory and accumulating all those dog ass players, they could fuck around in the next few years. I'm telling you. I don't know how they're getting it done, but quietly it's hard to watch any of that tape because you end up watching so many other players. And so I'm looking at Romello Brinson on film, and I'm ended up looking at a D tackle. I end up looking at a linebacker. I end up looking at all kinds of different players, offensive tackle, and it's hard to watch it. And so that's one of the dilemmas when you're looking at tape from a school that's kind of starting to really build talent. You can't focus on one player because other guys are popping off the tape on you. So Romello Brinson ended up being one. I started watching him a little bit last year, just a little bit, but he really started to really come into his own this year, man. I think he's going to be a damn good football player. He's going to probably have to fight for playing time, and if he gets lucky, he gets on a team that really, really needs what he can bring to the table. But I think it's got some real strong potential, bro. Real strong. Check him out, Romello Brinson out of SMU, 6'2", 190 pounds.
Right on.
All right, let's get to the next guy. Another guy people talked about last week, and I told you guys, well, actually Sunday, I was almost done with this film. Watched enough reps, And because of what people were talking about in the chat the last show, I was just like, let me go ahead and finish this up. Genesis Smith, and he's right there at the top of my echelon of free safeties. Right there at the top. One of the things that really stuck out to me right away, Trips, about Genesis Smith, is it's interesting because we just came off of the Jaquan Brisker era where we had this really physical, he's really, really dominant as far as the physical capacity is concerned. The thing that stuck out about Genesis Smith that's different, he's physical and he tackles, but he tackles. You don't see him put his head in the mix. He's not a hitter, although he will hit you. Most safeties, most linebackers lead with their heads. And that's part of what got Jaquan Brisker classified in the realm he is and why he didn't get nice money. It's because he leads with his head. He's a bullet for the most part. This guy tackles you. He's not interested in making the big hit. He's interested in getting you on the ground.
Form tackler.
Form tackler, tackles a little bit higher, and he keeps his head out of the fray. Actually, I appreciate that, this long removed from the game, because I was a lot like Jaquan Brisker with my ignorant self. That was my ignorant self, having such a zest for the game. I just wanted to hit people and really make them pay for having the ball in their hands. And this guy has a particular awareness that I didn't. Keep your head out of the fray and stay on the field. That's valuable in this day and age, is it not?
Yeah, the best ability is availability, as the saying goes.
Man, this guy's got it all. He's 6'2", 204 pounds. There you go, Crimson. This guy he's complete. He's now one thing I would point out to him about him is when I say when he arrives at the tackle, it's not really sudden. It's just boom, I get there, I'm gonna get you on the ground, I'm gonna wrap you up, put you on the ground, and I'm not worried about how hard I hit you. It's not that for me. I'm just trying to take care of you. At times, he's gonna have to be a little bit more physical. And that's there. I've seen him put a shot on a safety, on a receiver going across on a post. He just so happened to be Johnny on the spot. Man, that dude probably felt that shit. His ancestors probably felt it. So he will hit you. He will hit you. That's just not his strong suit. And I don't want to say that in a negative way, like, oh, should I be worried about this guy tackling and taking care of his business? No, he's going to take care of the tackle. He will get his one-on-ones down on the ground. It's just not going to be a collision.
Well, let's see. Lord Crimson runs like a 4.5 40. Now AC saying that Genesis Smith is his pick at safety, whereas Red Baron is saying he grew up watching Ronnie Lott, so his safety must love contact. And it sounds like Genesis isn't a lover of the contact, according to Red Baron.
No, that doesn't show up in the game. I think he's just aware, and I think more players should be like Genesis Smith. And I love Ronnie Lott and that era of football players, but that era of football players didn't know that the CTE era was coming. They didn't know that all these players was going to end up, really screwed up in the head because of all that physical contact. Genesis is smart. And to me, again, coming off the Jaquan Brisker era, give me a safety like Genesis Smith that gets it done, and the collision that's going to make the crowd go, ah, not necessary. I don't need that to satisfy me. I just need you to make the play.
Because I'll tell you this: if we want to remember when Mike Brown was on the field, making plays, making sticks, but then Mike Brown wasn't on the field a lot either. So if the brains can, cover up for a little bit of the brawn, I don't mind not seeing a big hit shot, a big unaliving shot going across the field, or slamming the running back 4 or 5 feet deep into the turf. As long as you make the play, and cool, because new day and age. We just saw this week that Mongo McMichael, his brain was diagnosed with CTE. So it's a thing. And this younger generation, they are aware of it. And so they've adjusted their play style to not be soft, but to be smarter while being physical. And if that is something that's going to keep these players healthier for longer and keep them on the field, I'm not going to be mad at them for it.
It's impossible for me to be a hypocrite here, because I was a Ronnie Lott type of Scrolls. I was a Ronnie Lott type of cornerback that played a little safety. I was that dude that wanted to deliver that shot for my own satisfaction. You know what I mean? But also, yeah, I hear the roar of the crowd when I do it. I hear it, and it fuels me. That's part of what football is. But in hindsight, the individual that I am now, knowing what I know now, versus me and my love and zest for the game, I'm more Genesis Smith in my mind. And I play the game a little bit more safe. As much as I love it, as much as I want to be as brutal as the game requires you to be, you got to be brutal but smart. You got to be wise, man. Just running out here to satisfy somebody's need to see violence and epic collisions, man, you can hold mine. I'm not here for you. I'm here to get the job done.
Because that's good entertainment, but that's not very conducive to longevity. Especially now with the way they be throwing flags. And it's like, well, he was a defenseless receiver. It's like, he's trying to catch the ball. I'm trying to separate him from the ball. Why is that a penalty? So we don't know what a catch is. We don't know what pass interference is. We don't know what a tackle is. So if it means that a player can contribute more by staying on the field, making the tackle, but not delivering the unaliving shot, embrace it, because I think that's where the league is going anyway. Because we see the examples of when players bring it, they get flagged. So
the guy, you would love him on tape because his range is really outside of him. Me noticing how he keeps his head and shoulders out of way of danger, more particularly his head. I was impressed by a player that can do that at a high level, because you don't really see too many guys that can do that, because they're all instinctual, and your instincts say get down and your head goes first.
Well, we've been coaching for a while now. See what you hit. Eventually the generation or the era of players are gonna, be coming out into the league that have grown up by those parameters of seeing what you hit. Not protecting them as well. Ultimately.
I've seen a couple of Palomalu quotes here, and God
Troy
willing,
Polamalu.
yeah, and God willing, he'll never have to deal with some of the stuff other guys from his era are dealing with. And truth be told, we don't know the big ramification of what CTE can bring to the table. It's kind of scary, man. It's kind of scary, man, because I've witnessed my own self, some of the people that I know that played this game at a high level. Over time, I've witnessed them be different. You know what I mean? Just really, really, let's just say, can be triggered real fast and depressed real fast. And I'm just like, dog, what is going on? And they don't really know. You know what I mean? It's just why I highlighted that about Genesis Smith, and I see that as a very strong attribute. His ability to be able to keep his head out of the fray most of the time is going to definitely make him last longer in football. Also, the range is out freaking standing. Ball skills, out freaking standing. Agility, out freaking standing. Let me just make sure I get that right about Genesis Smith. He's got other things to his game, and he's big. He's a big safety. He's going to get bigger. But I think his range is outstanding. It's almost like I'm looking at the safety from the Ravens, the free safety, the tall one.
Hamilton.
Yeah. He's got a lot of, I think Hamilton might be an inch or two taller, but not by much.
Hamilton's like 6'4".
Yeah. This guy's got some of that in him, man. And I'm telling you, this is going to be a steal for somebody. 100%. One of the best safeties I've seen on film. He's still a little bit, he's even a little bit raw, and it's going to get better and better. But that's not to say that he can't come and start day one for the Chicago Bears. I think he can. I'll put my name on that. He can be a starter day one.
Okay.
Let's get to another football player. This is linebacker Bryce Betcher. The O is silent. This guy is, you talking about somebody that don't keep his head out of it? That's Bryce. Bryce is a tackler. Linebacker out of Oregon. He is 6'2", 232 pounds. I keep seeing, okay, first of all, Chicago Bears fans are going to be like, oh, another linebacker out of Oregon. When we get another Noah Sewell. Look, let me tell you something, man. No player is the same. No player is the same. The thing about Bryce Betcher, one of the first things I noticed about him was how often they send him on blitzes. Bryce Betcher is a two-star athlete. A two-sport athlete. He's a star baseball player at Oregon, and he's a star football player at Oregon. Also, both walk-ons on both teams. And now he's getting ready to be drafted somewhere late rounds in the draft, but he will get drafted. Bryce Betcher has got range, but his tenacity in the box and his run defense and run support is definitely going to be something that's going to stand out to Dennis Allen and the scouts at Hallis Hall. Period, point blank. That's going to stand out. Now, I do think that I'm not saying that he's a bad cover linebacker. He's a solid cover linebacker. What I'm going to tell you is it's not his strongest of suits. I think because we were talking about how you don't want to project too far with these players. You want to really find a home for what they do really, really good. I think Bryce Betcher, if drafted in Chicago, is definitely going to start off the way Jack Sanborn started off in Chicago as a Sam linebacker. Only on the field for so many reps, and everybody's clamoring for more and more of them. Same way. Same kind of guy. Physical tackler, and they use him so much on blitzes, Triple R, that's going to stick out to you. They blitz this guy a lot. Often. And so his ability to be able to close space, his short area quickness really sticks out to you. And they realize it at Oregon. It's just like, man, this guy can go from 0 to 10 in a short area really, really fast. We're going to use him on some blitzes. Smart. Use that attribute that he has. And he's very aggressive. So strong suit is definitely run defense. He's a tackler. I'm not saying his weak suit is coverage, but I'd say, okay, you definitely give him some reps at Mike linebacker, which he played a lot of there. but you definitely don't want him kind of being your will linebacker and playing in coverage all the time. Definitely don't. But man, this guy can bring something to the table. I just say one of the top 10 run stopping linebackers in this draft. Anybody want to argue with that? Go ahead. Top 10 in run defense in linebackers in this draft. Any thoughts, Trip?
Yeah. The try hard linebackers, Chicago Bears have a history of those guys, where this young man is a projected 5th rounder. 6'1", 233, 6'2" or so. So he's got that good linebacker size, and he's, he'd be more than welcome if they decide to bring him in, because TJ Edwards, question mark, Noah Sewell, question mark, Hippolyte is not as much of a question mark, but still a question mark. So with the re-signing of Jackson, and then bringing in Bush, linebacker room could use a little help. Then we also did bring back Sanborn, Jack Sanborn. So it's like, linebacker could be on the shopping list. And if Mr. Betcher is going to be the pick, welcome aboard.
I think he's going to be, if he ends up being a Bear, I can almost guarantee you he'll be Sam linebacker, trying to push for that starting Sam linebacker job. When you play a lot of nickel coverage, Sam linebacker ain't on the field as much, but that's what we're looking at here. I think he's a Sam linebacker. To Crimson's point about him running the 4.6, I definitely see a long speed issue, and that's going to kind of, I would just say, handcuff him at roles for Will a lot. Mike linebacker maybe, because he's a great communicator, and you need to be that as a linebacker or a middle linebacker. He's a really good communicator, really good at shifting and making sure everybody's in their spots, getting everybody all set up. That's an attribute, because they will ask him to put on that green dot at some point in camp if we draft him. You will put on that green dot, and we'll see how we'll stress you out with a lot of information and see how you handle it. That's how you weed them out.
Well, it looks like Crimson, his issue is that the speed or lack thereof factor. Saying too slow for Mike.
That's what they said. And then who ended up being the starting Mike linebacker at Dallas while Jack Sanborn was healthy? Was Jack Sanborn. And so with Mike linebacker, when you're playing, the thing is, Crimson is not wrong. Excuse me. He's not wrong. And I'm trying to fight for the player a little bit and trying to defend keep Crimson off of him a little bit. What I'm trying to say is, in a limited capacity, right? Like if you had to place Bryce Betcher out there at Mike linebacker, right? It's not ideal. But if you get in a situation and you need to get out of a game, and who's had that green dot practice and green dot reps more than others, and you trust more, because I think that doesn't get spoken to enough when we talk about these players and who should be here, who should be there. The question should be asked is, who does the coach trust? And we can start asking a bunch of questions during games this year about why this player isn't out there, why that player isn't out there. And I think it came down to that in practice. I really do. You're talking about Blackwell, why he didn't get in there, and different things like that. There's a lot of that going on. And, we fail to talk about it enough over here. So if he can earn the trust of the coach will kind of design whatever they're doing around what he thinks Bryce's flaws are. And so if he doesn't want Bryce in coverage much, play a safer defense, right? Mm-hmm. Don't put him in one-on-one situations.
Yeah, I think it's just counterintuitive if the way that Ryan Poles and Dennis Allen have been harping about speed, you know, does Betcher, meet those standards?
His short area speed, I'm talking about sideline to sideline, in between 0 and 40 yards, is better than you would think. A lot better than you would think. And so when we start talking about when you got to carry a running back on a wheel route down the sidelines, right? When he just slips out of the backfield and start running down the sidelines, one of the really quick, fast running backs, he's going to be struggling like black folks in the 60s. In a short area where he's got to carry a tight end, that's more of a matchup for him. If that makes any kind of sense. Quick, fast, really fast running backs is probably his kryptonite.
Well,
Tight end,
that's scary because there's a lot of those backs in the league nowadays.
Yeah. You just got to hope that the defense doesn't break down and Bryce is on him. I don't want any of our linebackers on a damn running back, to be honest with you. These running backs are too goddamn fast for linebackers. That's like let me tell you something, Trips. Any good defensive coordinator, if a linebacker ends up on a running back, more times than not, they think the pass rush is going to get there in less than like 2 seconds. Like 2 seconds, that pass rush is going to be there, and that coverage ain't going to last long. If a linebacker is on a receiver, on a running back, 30, 40, 50 yards down the field, we didn't get home. There is no world where any coach, any good defensive coordinator worth his salt wants a linebacker to carry a running back all the way down the field. None of them really can do it, man. None of them. They're not built to do that. That's the same thing I can say about Bryce Betcher. He's not made to carry fast-ass running backs down the field. He shouldn't have to. And if that ball goes in the air and is going towards that running back that he's chasing, you just praying to God he just overthrew this guy and it's an inerrant ball. That's what you do. As a coordinator, you can't protect everything, but if you end up with this guy soloed out on a running back, you're just hoping for there to be some malfunction somewhere down the field, but you don't want that for no linebacker, whether it's him or any other linebacker.
Right on.
Well, that's Bryce Betcher, man. Let me see what Barrelissimo says. He says, "No, man, I need to ask you a question about a player I've been watching for 3 years, waiting for him to get old enough to draft."
Creepy.
People are saying he's too tall to play. Who's that?
Too Tall Jones?
Who's that? Let me know. Let me get to the next guy. If you see it, Trips, put a star on it.
No, okay.
Let me get to the next football player. Doing some good breakdowns right here. And these last 3 players I'm about to talk about, and we got 3 of them to talk about. Look, this guy's on the thumbnail. This is Tyreek Sapp. Defensive end.
What else he wearing?
I'm putting air quotes around defensive end. He's 6'3", 274 pounds. When, one of my coaches in college, man, I don't know if he originated the term, but something that really stuck out to me. He's like, "Are you going to be a war daddy?" I said, "A war daddy?" He's like, "The way what I'm looking at on tape, you're going to be a war daddy. You like it physical." And this guy Tyreek Sapp is a war daddy. Look at him, Trips. First of all, let me ask you what's sticking out to you.
Well, his lack of uniform material. He's like he's wearing those dun-dun-duns as football shorts. It's like that's just a very different look. But yeah, he's definitely got some big ass quads. Thank you, Barrelissimo. Man. He's put together. He's a specimen.
So this is Tyreek Sapp. Again, he's 6'3", 274 pounds. These are the kind of guys that Dennis Allen wants. Tweeners. He's a tweener. He's in between defensive end, defensive tackle. What I can qualify to you with 100% accuracy is that Florida plays in a two-gap system defensively. And so wherever part of the defensive line, whether it be an edge rusher or whether it be a D tackle, classified, both of those guys, they protect gaps in normal down and distances. And they don't necessarily get up the field as much as a vertical scheme like we run. They actually get up the field. Are you tired of me saying that, Trips?
What, getting up the field?
Yeah, between a 3-4 and a 4-3. I know y'all probably got to be tired of that at this point. Because I said it so many times. To watch a Tyreek Sapp on tape, knowing that he is coming out of a 3-4 system and trying to see how that manifests itself in a 4-3 scheme. And so I can tell you this with some accuracy. Watching his edge rusher reps, the tenacity and the engine that he plays with, Tyreek Sapp is a war daddy in the trenches. He gets down. And I'm telling you that this is, I ain't going to say definitely, but I'd say with about 85 to 90% surety that this guy's going to get kicked inside to a 3 technique. And I'll tell you why. It's not that his edge rushing reps didn't translate to edge rusher. No, it's not that. It's just when you look at the body of work, where you really saw him really excel is when he was between the tackle and the guard, or between the center and the guard. When he was just able to just get upfield, not think about boom, just get on it, just get on that ass. That's where he really excelled. And that body you looking at right there with those big, huge thunder thighs, that's when you see Tyreek Sapp.
Very. He's a what is a projected 5th rounder, but I could see the versatility being of, well, 6'2" is not short, but that's kind of a shorter stature for a defensive lineman nowadays. But his stockiness, his 275 pounds, that is gonna increase by a few pounds here or there, I'm sure. So he can use that same athletic get off on the exterior as well as the defensive end position is definitely a Dennis Allen trait, that versatility.
Yeah. You want a guy in this system that when you ask him to kick inside, he's got the strength to be able to handle it. And all you got to do is look at this. This guy's a physical specimen. He's a physical specimen that his lower body is definitely built for the trenches on the interior. I'd say his pass rushing ability or acumen is better than average, but not ideal for what most people think of as a pass rusher. He just gets it done with his hand usage and his lean and his power. And let me hold on. Barrelissimo, I saw that. Markel Bell. I know that name. It's just I got so many of them swimming around in my head, kid. I mean, Barrelissimo, let me get back to that with you. Show up next week and I'll be able to give you more information on him, but I know that name. I just got a bunch of players in my head right now. Let me finish this breakdown. This guy, I'm telling you, Trips, when you turn on the tape of Tyreek Sapp, first thing you notice is the tenacity and the physicality that he plays with. And you want that. You need guys in that front that have a certain urgency, that get off the ball and, I mean business, and however I need to get it done, I'm going to get to what I need to get to. And it's just about 50-50 with him when it comes to this defense because they play a 2-gap system. It's not often that they tell him, boom, get up the field. Most of the time, he's 2-gapping. protecting two lanes. And that's not fun to watch when you're looking at guys that you see that have more. Tyreek Sapp is a dog. For real. And he's going to be a factor in the NFL for a long time.
Right on. Because I don't know him off the field, but he just looks like the type of dude that be wearing his little brother's clothes.
Man, he's really he's showing the people like this is what I work on. It's these legs that is basically gonna pay me.
Yeah, being 6'2" with that kind of power, being able to stay low and get off, that equates to nice, bull rush, nice strength to power ratio.
The guy is built for the game. The guy is built for the trenches, man. Tyreek Sapp, very, very underrated around a slew of good Florida Gator football players. And I said that last week when we was talking about earlier when I was talking about George Gums. Just trapped around a bunch of other guys. Everybody want to talk about Caleb Banks. Nobody's paying attention to Tyreek Sapp. Nobody's paying attention to George Gums and some of these other talented, really, really talented football players. Because like usual, the media catches hold to a name and the fan bases all over the country take heed and they just talk about those football players. When there's these other guys going to be probably better than them. Just telling you, Tyree Sapp is going to be a war horse for somebody's defense. And I think he's going to end up being a 3 technique. That's just me.
Is there any relation to Warren?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let's talk about a couple more players, but almost the exact conversation I can have for defensive end Rueben Bain, who is a little bit bigger. He's 6'2", not even a little bit bigger. He's the same football player. He's 6'3", 275 pounds. Straight up war daddy. Look at that lower body. And what I would tell you to pay closer attention to is the size of the calves.
Yeah, I was checking those out. It's like he's a little built different than Sapp, but you could tell that this Baines, his quads, his calves, they've been in development together very well.
The guy, I just want people to understand that in the game of football, most of what happens in the game of football is 90 to 95% to do with what your lower body can bring to the table. And probably about, depending on what position you're playing, the rest of it is mental, cerebral. Most of it is physical, especially when you're a football player in the trenches. What kind of real power does your lower body have? What kind of sustainability does your lower body have? I can tell you with a surety, Rueben Bain is built to play in the trenches. And in fact, not saying that he's a very effective edge rusher in college, but I do think what he brings to the table, his size, his length, is going to definitely, at least gradually, push him to the inside. People are going crazy right now on social media because scouts start talking about arm length, and I think they give these people way too much credit. They give them way too much credit. Oh, this scout said this. This scout says that. F them scouts. I just want to know, is he a dog or not? Is he a football player? What can he bring to the table? What's his best attributes? Where can I get the most Rueben Bain I can get out of Rueben Bain? In my opinion, with everything that I've seen on tape with him, that guy is probably more than likely going to get kicked to the inside and going to be a 3 technique. My opinion. And that's not the worst thing in the world. I think he's going to get paid. for being a 3 technique. His suddenness, his ability to win at the line of scrimmage, at the point of attack, his hands, where he can shed blocks, his power, the combination of the surge that his lower body gives him, that power, that push, and how he can put an offensive lineman on its skates, along with his ability to be able to use those hands and arms to really shed blocks, is going to make him, in my opinion, if he kicks inside, he's going to be an elite one. My opinion. I think he can play edge rusher, but I don't think that's his best position in the NFL. That makes sense to you?
Yeah. But now the as far as Bears fans are concerned, Rueben Bain is a projected, top 5, top 10 pick. If, let's say, he were to fall in the draft for whatever reason, do you think Ryan Poles would be willing to trade up for him?
I think if he slides somewhere if he gets past 18 into the 19 area, I can imagine a phone call.
But that projection is even, pretty generous. Big up Sam O.
What up, dog?
But yeah, from everything I've seen, he's a football player, and he's a definite blue chipper or whatever the top color is on, or whatever board. But the opportunity to be able to get him without giving up, a lot of assets is just might be hard to do.
I can actually see him, because and sometimes you hear some of this stuff, on social media. You see some of this stuff. It's just people putting stuff out there to kind of make that slide happen. People talking about his arm length and all this kind of stuff. Man, let me tell you something, man. I don't give no damns about some of these measurables, man. I really don't, Triple R. That's why I don't pay attention to statistics. Don't mean nothing to me. They really don't. Because I'm looking at what he can bring to the table. And what I'm talking about right now specifically are his strongest attributes. And I'm telling you, I think his strongest attributes are at D tackle, 3 technique. He's 275 pounds now. What's this going to look like in 2-3 years? Is that going to look like an edge rusher to you? Or is that going to look like a guy that can beat guards and centers and really shoot gaps and really be effective in the interior defense? He's already strong as all shit in his lower
But he still has to fill out.
And he's just going to get stronger. And so a lot of people might also tell you, and I think this is true, some people mature earlier than others physically. You probably seen that in your life, Trip. Some people just physically mature earlier than others. And I think some of that may be going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one of my ex-coaches, man, he got with me and was talking about some scout talk and some of the scout people that he had been dealing with over the years. Hey, be honest with you, man, he started talking about things I didn't really understand at the time, talking about where the guy has body hair, facial hair, and different things like that. Is he looking like a guy that's aging like really fast and at a young age, like at a 19, 20, 21-year-old age point? Is that somebody that you think is maturing a little bit fast for a football player? If this even makes sense to you, this is stuff I've sat in my coach's office and talked about. Like, really? I'm like, they think about everything. So does he have a lot of body hair as a high school kid? Like you've known that kid in high school that had a full goddamn beard,
Right?
looking like fucking 21 Jump Street and shit.
Razor bumps and Freshie.
What the fuck going on with you? You know what I mean? Like that kind of things they look at because they're looking for a guy that hasn't hit that maturity level in college. And so, where Ruben Bain lands on that radar with those scouts that really break down this stuff and take it to that extent, it's interesting to me because he's got almost partially mature body parts at this point, talking about his exterior. He's very mature physically right now. And he's about 24, 25. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, shouldn't I?
Hey, so he already got a little of that grown man strength. So he's almost fulled out for development. As far as physically goes. Because you stopped growing at what, 25, right?
Come on, Samo. All you gotta do is come on. You want me to send you an invite? Come on, chop it up. Chop it up. And we in the thick of it right now. Shit.
Well, Samo's scared.
Nah, he got his kids, man.
Oh, they gotta be in bed by now, right?
Look at Samo. He said he could be a nightmare at 3 technique. What up, JoJo? Got JoJo.
Oh.
I think that's where he's gonna. I think he gets drafted as an edge rusher, of course. That's just what it's gonna look like on film. I mean, on the surface. But I think that's where he's gonna eat, like Samo said, at 3 technique. He's gonna be a monster. Hey, hold on 1 second, Trip. My girl just texted me. Just talk a little bit.
Right on. So big up Samo and everybody else who's been grinding the prospect film and the tapes and such. The day is almost here, a couple weeks away, a few weeks away. And make sure that you are in the place to be and subscribed to the Nomad Network, to Cads, the Canuck, and Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple R SCS, because we will be live all weekend long for every pick to keep you up to date. And then we'll have the player breakdowns as they're selected, plus all the fun stuff that we do on draft weekend. So make sure you are in the place. And let's see, Patrick is saying Bain is only 21. You're thinking of Mesidor, who's 25.
That is correct. I had to get up and walk away for a second. Yeah, I think you're right. Samo said he's still on duty.
Okay. They still up.
And babies. Hey, all you gotta do is
look up some melatonin.
When you ready, Samo, and you feel like you got a little time slot carved out, just let me know. We'll pop on. If it's one of these shows, it's one of these shows. If not, just let me know when you're ready. We'll get you in here. We'll get you in. But this is I think Ruben Bain, again, man. And I also heard a few people that people give a lot of credibility to about, defensive tackle, 3 technique kind of football players, talking about it being a shortage of them in this draft. I'm one of them people that will argue with that, man. I don't think that's the case. If you projecting Ruben Bain to be a elite edge rusher in the NFL, I think, in my opinion, you missing the big picture with what his real game is and how he can really eat. And I mean that with sincerity with Ruben Bain and Tyreek Sapp. You add them to that class of 3 techniques, those kinds of football players, and I think it becomes a little bit more rich. I think the 3 technique is becoming a little bit smaller now, but more powerful. This is what the 3 techniques is going to look like in the future. This guy and Tyreek Sapp. Quick burst, good hands, good quickness, get up the field really, really fast, beat these offensive guards and centers and shoot gaps. This is what you need. That's immediate effectiveness. Alter the offensive play call. That's what we have, a vertical defense that asks you to get up the field as quick as possible. Beat your guy in front of you. And I've seen one too many times between Rueben Bain and Tyreek Sapp. There's a reason why I chose those two edge rushers today. For those reasons, who can win one-on-one battles, shoot gaps. And at times, I just say this about Tyreek Sapp more than I can Rueben Bain, because Ruben's tape at three technique is a little bit less. It's limited a little bit more. I see more three technique work with Tyreek Sapp than I did Rueben Bain. Not to say that he can't get it done, but I seen solid proof with Tyreek Sapp. But Rueben Bain is definitely a guy that I can see just really tearing it up, kicking inside a little bit more.
So it sounds like Sapp and Bain could be players that, cause, opposing offensive linemen and offensive coordinators to make sure they know where they are every play, and make sure that, that they aren't allowed to be game wreckers. Because it sounds like, from what you're describing, that Bain and Sapp could both be, defensive line game wreckers / changers.
For sure. For sure. You start thinking about what a three technique does. Whether he's on one side or the other, whether he's on the left side, whether he's on the right side, it's the defensive play caller deciding whether, okay, I want you to play between these two football players right here. And I'll tell you why. And once he learns the defense and learns why is the biggest question in the world. Why are you asking me to do this over here instead of over here? Because this team has a tendency to do this or that over here. And I just want you to shoot this. If he shoots a gap between a center and a guard, or between a guard and a tackle, there's a reason why you shoot this gap. And when he shoots this gap, you do it as fast as possible, but do it under control. I don't want you to shoot this gap and just go straight after the quarterback. Not this time. I want you to shoot this gap and also control any flow coming to your side of the ball. That means any screens, any toss passes, any toss runs, anything coming over in that direction, any quarterback runs, anything. I want you to shoot and present yourself over here. So the three technique is more than just boom, get up the field and do it as fast as possible. There's a technique to that role. Why are you shooting that gap?
The whys.
Yep.
Well, Samuel's saying that Bain will need to gain weight, but he would have an Aaron Donald dominance at three tech.
Yeah. He's got it written all over his body. He does. I see guys, I just look at that trunk, and I know all I need to know. I see the tenacity that he plays with. I see the big play ability and the big play, big game performances. How he raises his level. He's another one of those guys. And I'd say right now, from the edge rusher standpoint, Akeem Mesidor probably showed up more in that playoff setting, but Rueben Bain wasn't far behind. He wasn't far behind. His level went up a notch or two as well. And so another way you judge football players in their totalities is how well they step their notch up when the game gets more important, Trip. The more important the game, I need you to show up more that day. He's a dog that way.
Yeah, what is it? The stars shine brightest when the lights are on them.
Yep.
When the pressure is there, are they willing to step up and make plays? And it's like we need those playmakers on defense.
Some of it
we're lacking in that area right now.
Some of it, Trips, is more than that. Some of it is, do you have the juice left? Do you have the wind left? Have you been playing a lot of reps and we needed you on the field and we couldn't really take you off the field because the game is important? Do you have that other gear? Can you kick it in? And time again, I've seen Ruben Bain kick that gear on. It's sometimes it's just as simple as that. Do I have the lungs to make a play when I need to make a play? Seen it.
Yeah, well, if everything goes as projected, Mr. Bain in a few weeks is about to be making a lot of money.
Yeah, he gonna make some money. He's causing quite a disturbance, man, just because of the simple fact that he's got some short arms and people want to hold on to that kind of shit. And God
that's
bless
gonna
him.
drop him out the first round. Damn, because he got little bitty short arms.
Don't be surprised.
But that would just be so serendipitous to say, oh, he's got short arms, we can't take him before 20, and then Poles be like, huh, that's kind of in our neighborhood. And then former assistant but now head assistant general manager Ian Cunningham ain't there no more. Will Jeff King talk Ryan Poles off the ledge or encourage him to make aggressive moves? So that's another dynamic that we're going to see from this front office. If a player like Bain falls to within their grasp, what will the determination be?
Another thing I noticed about him, Ruben Bain's hands are extremely powerful, very powerful. And I'm just to be honest with you, man, like his hand, wrist, forearm, it's almost like anvils when hands get on him. The way he hacks him off of him, it's like effortless, man. It's like boom. He touches your hand, your arm, your wrist area to get you off of him, whether it's over the top where he's chopping your arms off of him, whether he's, doing the forklift maneuver and heaving you off of him that way, equally effective. Equally effective. And so that kind of thing to me is more, let's just say, constructive from the interior, in my opinion. Those two qualities. It's because you're going to need to do that probably 9 times out of 10. Chop, uppercut, or swim over. You're going to need to be able to do that, and your hands need to be kind of heavy. That's what it is in the trenches, in the interior. So that's another attribute I've seen about him. Got relentless motor. And, if he's tired, it's hard to see when it happens. It's hard to see when that guy's, I've seen him be the same in the first quarter and the fourth quarter.
Right on.
Hell of a football player, but we got one more guy to talk about. Scroll said he got them steel mill hands. Yeah, he's heavy. He got some heavy mitts on him, man, and thick. He's a thick bone guy. All right. One more guy. And I say this, man. I said this last week when I was talking about a week or two. I don't know how long ago it was, but I was talking about Senator Logan Jones out of Iowa. And I said probably the most athletic guy in the draft. And I forgot Parker Brailsford was here. He's on my list. He's been there for 2 years, Triple R. Parker Brailsford is 6'2", 290 pounds. And to anybody, like, I know what that just did to your brain. He's too small. I would tell you this guy started off at 270. When I first started looking at his stuff, he was 270. And, the anchor stuff was kind of showing up with a little bit more regularity at 270 for sure. But everything else was dynamic and special. I'm telling you right now, he is the most athletic probably the most complete center in this draft. And I know I sound like I said that about Logan Jones, but this guy has got it all. You can probably look at his image right here, and you can see about how athletic he is.
Yeah, he doesn't look like offensive lineman. He looks like a defensive lineman.
And that's where the league is going. Guys that can really, really move, hit the first target point, hop to the next target point, and open up your running lanes. This guy is the truth, even at 290. His anchor has got a lot better. Seen him handling big dudes with a lot more ease than he did when I first started looking at his tape. I think he was at Washington before. This guy has really built himself into, to me, the epitome of what a center is supposed to look like in the modern NFL. Like this guy on the screen. Great communicator. Great with audibles at the line of scrimmage. Great with resetting the line of scrimmage, given what protections they need to set up with the offensive line, getting the quarterback to call, making sure the quarterback knows where the hot is and who's coming. Those things that the cerebral part of what a center needs to be. Doing all that in a short amount of time. It's a very cerebral job, man. Because football happens really, really fast. Once that clock starts going, you got to be quick, cerebrally and physically. And this guy's got the whole package. The entire package, bro.
You know, as he is a quote unquote projected fourth rounder, I don't mind, 6'2", because if he is the quarterback for the Bears, they got Caleb Williams back there behind him. I don't think that, having a 6'2" center is a bad thing as opposed to like a 6'6" center. Just that line of sight, right in the middle of the line could be helpful. And, considering the situation that the Bears are in, with the abrupt retirement of Drew Dahlman, then they traded for Bradford, but he's only got, 1 year left and he's already on the older side. So if they do decide to draft a center like Brailsford, they wouldn't have to, be a day one starter right off the bat. They can obviously compete for it, but contractually and just the way the team is set up, theoretically they would have, this season or half a season at least to develop and get their NFL chops in. But Brailsford, seeing that team, they're pretty much a NFL team as it is. And he is a standout amongst them. And Crimson's question is, can he snap the ball and block? And from what I can tell, Nomad, tell me if I'm wrong here, but he can snap the ball because he is a center, shotgun and under center. He can get to the next level in running when he pulls out, and he's a good anchor and picks up stunts well in the pass blocking, correct?
He has just gotten better and better at all you just got through describing. Just see, center is to me one of those positions that I think it requires, at least at the very minimum, and that might be a little rich, 3 years to stay in school because of the caseload. What you're required to do cerebrally. You have to get used to the what they want to pour on you, the information they want to pour on you, the responsibility they want to pour on you, and it's a lot. And you have to be responsible. You're the centerpiece. You said it, and it goes off of what you can bring to the table. If you get it wrong, everything goes wrong. You don't get that offensive line jointed up for what it needs to protect. You just basically threw the whole thing off. So there's a level of trust between him and the quarterback that has to be had. And that takes a certain amount of time to build. And this guy has shown me over the span of me watching his tape, this guy has just done nothing but get better and better. I thought he was coming out last year. That's why I really dug into his shit a little bit last year. But he was only about 275, 280 then. Now he's up to 290. He's going to get bigger. And I'm just seeing his game with his strength just go up and elevate. This guy is going to be a central piece to somebody's team, and somebody's running game and somebody's offensive line is going to stay jointed up and connected because Parker Brailsford is there and he's had the experience that he's had in college playing against the elite competition in the country. Say that again, because he's played against the most elite competition in the country makes him overly qualified to take a starting role pretty quickly in the NFL.
Whether he starts it's a little long projection, but a player like Brailsford, if he can come in and take half a season to get up to speed, now you're putting the team in a advantageous position for, if Bradford becomes expendable because Brailsford, I'm getting these Brailsfords and too many syllables at center, but the rookie can come in and develop quick enough that now you can have an abundance of centers, or trade the vet at the trading deadline, what have you. But a starting center, I think, is going to be high on the list for the Bears in this draft. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to take them high, but getting a center someplace in a decent round, fourth, third, fifth is someplace, I think they're going to be in the market for.
Now, here's the thing, Trips. I'm gonna just throw this synopsis I have in my head about what the Bears should do if they're really targeting this kid. If you were to see the quarterback, I can't think of his name right off the top of my head, but he's in the draft as well. If you see him pop up on the list of top 30 visits at some point or another, just know this is why.
Ty Sampson?
Yeah. Just know this is why. Simpson. This is why. And if he doesn't pop up, I can also see the mindset of this might give there might be a tell to the people that are drafting around them. They're trying to get information on Parker Brailsford, which would, to me, be the more likely stance that I would take if I was in that GM room and it was me thinking about making this decision. I would think about bringing him in for a conversation, even though I have no intentions on drafting him. But if I did that, what kind of sniffers would be around us? They know that we're looking at Parker Brailsford. They know it. They know we ain't thinking about drafting Ty Simpson. And so that's the conundrum. That's the kind of deal you have going on, man. You gotta think through this stuff in other people's shoes, right? And not think about solely what you have in mind. So keep the sniffers away from your building and what your draft plans are. Act like you paying no attention to them and then draft them. So Trip, you said to me when old boy retired, hey, bone up. This is the text Trips told me. He just gave me straight up directives. He's like, bone up on centers because Drew Dahlman just retired. I was like, okay. Wasn't there yet, but yeah. So recently you've seen more centers pop up on the screen. That's because I had to dig in a little bit.
Because that is, a new position of need, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Not immediate need, but a need.
I think it can go two ways, Trip. Bradbury could kind of perform and do exactly what they think he can do, and that could kind of force the Bears' hand. Say, you know what, we need to get this guy. Let's get him extended for another 2 or 3 years. And then a Parker Brailsford is not even necessary. He's going to just sit on the scrap heap for a little while. There's that, or that they sincerely only have plans to rent Bradbury for a year and draft another center. It's one of the two things they have in mind. And we'll find out.
But if Brailsford or any other of the center, catches the attention of Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles, and it's like, hey, this could be our guy for the next 10 years, as the expression goes. I don't think they pass him up.
It could. I think they're gonna really stay true to who they think are the top guys on their draft boards, according to where they see them fitting in this particular roster, and they're gonna stick to that. If say Parker Brailsford is somewhere in, let's just say they didn't have a run on centers anywhere between the second, third, maybe even fourth round. See him going somewhere around there, 5, late fourth, early fifth, somewhere around there. There's going to be whenever there's a run on particular position groups, it jumbles a whole bunch of people's draft boards because they have intentions on getting some certain guys here or there. And I can see that happening with a player this talented.
Yeah, that's the interesting part about the actual live draft, as opposed to the mocks and the positions and the projected areas where these prospects will go, because you get to the real life event and you got teams on the clock, and someplace late second round, early third round, Parker Brailsford name is called, and it's like, that's kind of early, isn't it? But not for that team, because according to the boards, everybody's different. So the projections are one thing, but once teams are actually start taking players, who knows where the hell they're gonna go.
All I know is he's turned himself into an elite center at the highest level that you can turn yourself into an elite center, and it's going to translate well in the NFL. His body's getting bigger, his body's getting stronger, he's getting better at the assignment, and there's nothing but up for this cat.
All the way up.
He's the most physically athletic, agile, and you can question whether he's the brightest one there. I don't know, but I know this: that quarterback loves him. Loves him. They'll be brothers for the rest of their lives because of who he is, man. And he's that guy's task is also to be a good relationship builder. Believe it or not, that center, I've seen centers, and when I was in school, be the guy that kept everything together in the entire offensive room. First of all, you don't want to fight his ass. You don't want to fight him. He's used to dirty, down low, getting down. And you don't want to fight him. You're gonna respect him because he's intelligent, and he's also a brawler. Dangerous person. I'm just telling you right now. Dangerous individual. Yeah, I fight anybody on the offensive line when I was in school. But the center, no. He's used to everybody disrespecting him and him not being really paid attention to. He'll whoop your ass.
And he makes his living in the middle of the trenches, play in, play out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's not a position for the faint of heart.
A lot of guys are bigger than him. He don't care. He tougher than them all. I'm telling you, the center is a dope ass dude, man. He's wise, and he can be physically imposing if you DB or somebody like me that decide you want to slap him in the face or something. But That's a story for a whole other conversation. All right, man. We're gonna get up out of here, man. That's it for the Bears conversation, man. Um, I tell you what's been going on in the world, Triple R, is at the very least troubling. For me, it's a little alarming because I'm not worried about myself particularly or my household in particular. We do a good job of maintaining and making sure we're prepared for any assignment out there. Whatever the world throws at you, we've done a good job of making sure that we've set the situation up so whether we can strive, at least. I worry more about everybody else that doesn't subscribe to my lifestyle. I don't know about you, but you seem to me to be somebody every time I turn around, you will pull a pipe wrench out of your behind to let me know that you've been thinking about it. And I appreciate and respect that, love that about you, man, because it tells me that you can see past your nose, man.
Phrasing, but yeah, yeah.
I respect that, man. It takes a certain kind of individual to be able to have that kind of vision. It's not easy. But I say that to set this up. Give me a second. And Trips, I didn't realize how this picture looks a little bit foggy to me. I don't know about you, but it's not the best of clarity when I'm looking at the smaller items on this picture.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we needed to go backwards a little bit to go over some of the things that people need to do, like for instance, people that live in apartments and live in a place that they can't really settle down in if things start going left, things that you're gonna need to move around in the world. And there's a lot of items on the screen. And if you want to, we can go through what we see here.
Yeah, yeah. I can't make it all out, but it's a bug out kit. A big bag with uh tools and equipment in for life saving situations or those things. And some of the things I can see offhand: pair of bolt cutters, uh, a mask, a full face breathing mask. You got a what is that? A pot down there for cooking, making soup, stews, sterilizing water. Looks like what is that? A water filter down there in
Mhm.
case you gotta clean water on the go. Some WD-40, a good lubricant. A lot of many uses. A lot of many. Looks like some rope there, all folded up and over. A little shovel, extra pair of hiking boots, nice and dry. You want to keep those, and change of clothes like a pair of jeans, a hoodie, sweatshirt, underwear, and clean socks. As well as your extra shoes, you want to kind of zip lock those or vacuum seal those, and then put them in your bag. Then there's like a little kit over there. Looks like some paracord, uh, maybe some razors and stuff. Then that's all I can really make out. Maybe a little flashlight up there. What am I missing there, Nomad?
Not really much at all. I think there's a little fishing line up at the top center, right above the bag. I think
Oh yeah,
that's
and the yellow. Okay, there you go.
yeah, I think that's fishing line. I'm not sure, but I think that's a smart thing to do is keep you some fishing line. Um, the boots very underrated, man. Keeping a fresh pair of dry some footwear because your feet. can be the doom of you if you don't take care of them in a situation like this. You could be in a soggy, moist atmosphere for a couple of days, and not having something fresh to put on your feet and dry to put on your feet can be the difference in whether you get through this or not. If you got to move around, and that extra pair of shoes, extra pair, a few pairs of socks, dry socks could be the difference between you getting from point A to point B.
Blisters and not.
Mm-hmm. This
And,
is
walking is no bueno when you get blisters.
yeah.
You got some foot rub going on, because now you got a serious hitch in your giddy up. And instead of clearing the safety of a few miles, now you got walking issues. And in this kind of situation where you got this bag on your back, your feet are your conveyance. So just think of, you got to have enough tire pressure in your wheels to keep them rolling, where you got to keep your feet dry. And it's just not something you think about, in an emergency situation, because you're running, you're moving, and you splash through a couple puddles, and now you're all wet, but there's no place for you to really stop and get dry. So you're gonna need the spare, equipment, spare parts, spare clothing, if you will.
You're right. You're right about that. Just you got to think about everything, and you see all kinds of random things on this image right here, and I don't think one of them is more important than the other. Um, I will say that the water filter is probably the epitome of everything on here, because you can do without food for a little bit, but water, it ain't gonna take long before you can't do shit. It ain't gonna take long. Tell you
Yeah,
that.
that's what I filter down there, and you can also boil it there. Yeah, because it's not as easy to carry water with you. Water weighs what, 9 pounds? Wait, was it 1 gallon weighs 9 pounds? And so, that's a lot of weight sloshing around. So you're gonna have to be able to drink on the go. Hence the pot, and there's obviously some kind of fire starter in here. To help purify the things. But it was something else that you mentioned. Oh yeah. Another tip that I found or heard someplace: if you are in a situation that your socks do get wet, but you don't have a spare pair, take the socks off. Don't keep wearing them, because you're gonna wear your blisters in. Put the socks under your clothing and next to your body, and your body heat will dry them out. And so you got to walk barefoot for a little bit within the socks. I'm sorry, within the shoes, no socks. But then when you put them back on, at least they will be dry. So just a little tip that I heard someplace, and I'm passing along.
Good feet, good travel. Good feet, good travel is what I was told. You keep your feet taken care of, you can move. You can continue to move. But if you don't have what you need to facilitate that, then you're going to be stuck in a place, and that place might be limited. And that keeps your survival rate a little bit lower than it should, or a lot lower than it should be. Because if that place ain't bountiful, you're gonna have a hard time. You might be able to get away with it because maybe what's in the area can take care of you. But if you cannot move because your feet are kind of messed up and you need time to heal them, dog, that's you're really taking yourself out of the game. Why we're doing this is because um the situation in the world is really, really getting tedious, man. And we don't talk about it a lot on this show because we want to avoid politics as much as possible because it drives people away. But the truth is, if we're talking about direct nuclear fire from different countries, that's going to reshape everything that you see to life as being normal. And if that happens, guess what? Regional transformation or just little bits of you might have to move around, man. And if you live in an apartment, that movement might have to come quicker than somebody that lives in a home somewhere. Not to say that someone that lives in a home is better off. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that to be prepared for anything that you might have to deal with, all of these little nuggets of things up here you see on the screen is just things that you stuff into your registry to help. It's not, it's something that you hope you never have to use, but if you do have to use it, it's nice knowing it's around.
This is one of those bags that you put together and that you hope you never have to use. So you have it all together, ready to go, and you throw it, in the back of a closet or in the top of the closet, someplace where you know where it is and it's accessible, but it doesn't have to be, front and center because you're not using it every day like that. But putting it together a little bit here, a little bit there, you know, even if you don't have all of these items, whatever you got, just have it, ready to go. And then you can just keep adding to that bag, as time goes on. But, just in your house right now or your apartment, do you have, a couple gallons of water that are not coming out of the faucet or the sink? Do you have, bottles or however? Because something as simple as the water goes off for 4 days, are you prepared for that? Because after 2 days, people are going to be draining the back of their toilet tanks and panicking because they're thirsty, they're dehydrating. So just little things here and there, things that that you need to survive, just have a few extra days on supply of it.
Let me play out a real scenario, Trips, and we'll just play into it a little bit. Let's just say a nuclear device hit Japan, right? And now,
No.
oh yeah, okay. So now the wind is blowing kind of eastward, right off onto the coast of the western United States, and it's blowing. The fallout from it is blowing. So the reaction from that weapon is going to waft all the way across the United States. The west coast of the United States is going to feel it first. So they're doing everything they can to negate some of the effects of what it can bring to the table. And you knowing that it's going to hit and come to us in the Midwest in a matter of a day or two, wherever, however long it takes. Do you have the plastic? And I'm talking about plastic to trim, the borders of your home, doorways and window spaces, duct tape to do it so that you can at least minimize and hunker down for a little bit until this the reaction kind of goes over and that kind of settles. So the fallout kind of settles and gives you time to readjust. And so you're going to need at least a few days, maybe more, for that to settle in your environment. Do you have the plastic to trim your door frames, your windows, and everything to do the best you can to negate the amount that's coming inside your place? Take plastic.
And don't think that you got to go out and find a roll of plastic because you don't. Guess what? You can get a big bag of heavy duty garbage bags. And then if the need be, get a box cutter and slice them along the edges and open them up into big ass plastic sheets. Able to be, cut down to whatever sizes you need. And then, duct tape, you always got to have that on hand because that's just a universal thing. So, just next time you're out at the store, just grab a box of, extra large, heavy duty garbage bags, put them in the closet, not for your everyday garbage, and if you got some heavy duty shit, you got to clean up, sure. But, now you have a couple of tools in case you have to, seal off your environment from any kind of outside contaminants.
You basically keeping oxygen out of your house. The oxygen is bad, the air is bad, and you need to stuff every crease and crevice in your house and tape off every creep and crevice in your house. And that takes time.
Yeah. But then also that means knowing your house, knowing like the people that live in, let's say, the areas that have a lot of hurricanes, they already have the equipment like the plywood, already measured out, because they know, well, this window is this big and that piece of plywood goes on there. For your own personal abode, know your windows, know your doors, know all your ventilations openings, whether it be from the washer dryer, whether it be from the hood exhaust, any and every place that air can flow in and out of your place, know where that is. So when the defecation hits the rotary oscillator, you know what to seal up, and now you're not panicking, just kind of looking around, like a babe in the woods, like, what do I do now?
Mhm. My last piece of advice from that is prepare I say by plan B, I mean you've already taken care of the nooks and crannies of everything you need to try to keep yourself as safe as possible. Now you gotta kind of think about who might want to come and, okay, I need help. I'm out here in this shit, and just know that in the event that that happens, and people are dealing with fallout outside of your place, that person is reactionary. That person is got material on them and cannot be around you. And whether you love them or you don't love them, you don't know them, you don't know them, you got to do something to keep that off of your place. And so this is just
Decontaminate.
a secondary measure, but figure out something so where you can have access to keep people off of your home. And so pop out little pop out windows if you have to keep them away. Pop out windows to keep people back. And that's just a measure I would take. I'd seal my stuff up, but I'd have a little window. So I gotta get your ass away from my house. I'm gonna get you away from my house. I know you out there struggling, but I cannot let you in here. And I'm gonna tell you why, because you got fallout on you and we don't want it in here. And I'm sorry. And
Yeah, yell at them through the transom.
hey,
Like, nah, y'all can't come up in here.
if it's your loved one, that's where it got to be.
Unless you got some kind of interior decontamination chamber, that they can strip off all their outdoor clothing, spray them down with a little dishwashing soap or whatever it is, and rinse them down. If you got those kind of resources that you can allow women, fine. But if you're inside safe and people are outside panicking, you're gonna have to be prepared to defend your insideness, because they all gonna try and come up in there. And it's not that maybe they're bad people or violent people, but they're afraid. And when people are scared, they do things illogically, irrationally, and if you are planning ahead and you're like, all right, I'm ready for this, and I can try to help who I can help, but I can't help everybody. Just be understanding that the people that wave at you or ignore you are going to be adversarial, because they need what you got, and they didn't plan ahead like you.
Yeah. Yep. You got to think about it all, man. There's no simplicity to this, but there's a lot of simplicity to it with the items that you can get. The items that you can get, very, very simple, man. You just pay attention to what you see on the screen, and even go and Google some stuff, some thoughts that people might have as to things that you can have to help facilitate your life. And
And well, on that facilitating life, a little thing that maybe you don't see in this kit, but there's a first aid kit in there somewhere.
oh yeah,
And in that, you get things like your antibiotics, like your aspirins, like your preparation H's or your stomach settling stuff. Because basically, you're going to need all your emergency pharmaceuticals and medications to be portable. So, think about what you need, what you use medically, what you will need out, in the wild, sterilization type things and all that, and have that in your bag ready to go as well. So, your medications, your first aid equipment or tools, those are necessary as well. So look into, what you want for your first aid kit, because now you got to build your first aid kit while you're building your bug out kit, because the first aid kit goes into the bug out kit. So it's all related, but you can get it one thing at a time, and none of it will go to waste because it's all useful.
it's true.
So, don't think of it as wasting money. Think of it as an investment into saving your ass one day if necessary.
Long-term stability. That's the
Hmm.
way of saying it. But let's get a little bit more personal, Trip.
Now, wait, what is that at the bottom next to the pot between the water filter thing that looks like a roll? Is that duct tape? What is that?
That's the old ass duct tape.
Okay, see, that's what it looks like when it gets crushed,
Yeah. And
when it
been
ain't round no more. But it still works. Don't get it twisted.
crushed. It's been waterized. It's been in water. It's been in all kinds of situations, but it's still useful.
But that tape will still peel off of there and work.
Mhm. It's
All
got
right.
still got adhesive to it.
Mm-hmm. All right,
All
we
right.
can go ahead.
This is a little bit more personal. Duck.
All
I
right.
mean, go ahead.
Three bare minimum must-haves. Zip ties, 120 heavy duty, runs about $5. A pack of 50 lighters runs about $10. Need to make some flame. And surgical gauze pads. Speaking of medical equipment, a 200 piece of $5. And those surgical sponges, 200 will go very, very fast if you're trying to, stop bleeding.
Give me a situ. I'll give you. You want to give a situation where zip ties can quickly help you in a situation where you gotta move around and keep a place for yourself. Zip ties will tie things down. Like, say for instance, you need to make a quick little shelter over your head. It's raining outside, and you just need to get somewhere where you can hunker down for the night. You got
Your
some
tarp
tarp.
that you
Yeah,
have, yeah, you could secure it, the tarp, to something sturdy, pole or tree or whatever, that zip ties can just a very quick zip zip, and now you're secure. They can be used to, you know not only coverage like that, but secure your you're sleeping. You find a place, but the door doesn't really have a lock. You zip tie that puppy up, and if somebody tries to come in there, they're gonna make enough ruckus that you hear them. They're very useful in so many different aspects. Because it's like, oh, I need a rubber band. Oh, zip tie. Oh, I need a whatever zip tie. And so you will have the occasion to have to rig up stuff, and zip ties are very, very good riggers.
zip ties can save your life, man, in
Hmm.
more ways than one. So many different ways. It's like you need to keep something together, and you don't have a belt. You don't. I mean, just all kinds of different reasons where you need to use something to be an adhesive that's not an adhesive. I
Hmm.
mean, just keep something together. It might be your shoes, it might be your anything, a shirt, you down to nothing, man. But that zip tie can keep you in the game for a little bit longer than you probably thought.
You know, if you out someplace cold and you ain't got no buttons on your coat, you know, that zip tie, you know, will keep you closed, keep that wind off you.
Man, those
And I
things,
see Benjamin is saying he got a problem with these lighters though, because you got these cheap joints and these will break too easily.
true, true. But there's a reason why there's 50 of them for $10. You know, shit, this is process of elimination, man. One of them motherfuckers don't work, you get to the next one, that one works. But that keeps you saving energy from having to start a fire to something you can just go ahead and flick that thing and get one started. You know what I mean? It's that simple. Starting fire can be done. It's been done for thousands of years on with rock and dry wood and dry anything dry. You can do it. All it takes is a spark.
Mhm.
Now, if you don't have the energy or the time to do that, guess what? This is gonna help you. Them cheap ass crackhead lighters gonna help you. And getting 50 of them for $10, you can't beat that shit with a bat.
Now, if you want to conserve a little space, uh, and you want to plan ahead, look into some like waterproof matches as well as lighters.
Got some of
Um,
them.
hmm?
We got some of them.
Yeah, you know, yeah, I got some here too. But those are very portable because you know they can slide into the opening of like a Bowie knife or some fire starting equipment tools. But lighters, fire is very important because you need it to maybe sterilize your water. You need it to maybe cook your food. You need it to maybe start to get yourself some warmth to dry out your clothing or just to keep your body warm. So rubbing two sticks together, is pretty cool on Naked and Afraid or Survivor Man. But in the real life scenario, ain't nobody got time for all that. You trying to flick it and then go. So get you some lighters, or or okay, Benji, get you some nice Bics if you need to. You know what I'm saying? The more sturdier ones that when the wind is blowing, they'll light on up. But fire is a life saving necessity that you don't think about until you do.
Till you need it.
Yeah.
Till you gotta have fire to warm up them joints, them limbs, them little toes and fingers. And fire is it's a must have. And while these people are running around trying to satisfy their meth habit and doing anything they can do, looking for anything to stay warm after they find something to give them some kind of rush. You're gonna be warm and like, hey, keep your ass away from here if I shoot you.
Man, whether it be them or just actual animals, and you need to start a big fire for safety, to keep them away from you.
And then
Fire is a necessity in the summer, in the winter, at night. In the daytime, you need to a source. So lighters, get you a 50 pack or at least a couple of reliable ones or some waterproof matches. You should be all right.
also, and just a precautionary measure, fire is also an attractive something. Smoke is something that draws people. So use that very judiciously. And so you're just trying to get through a moment or two, and you just trying to stay warm, or you just trying to cook something. The smells is going to carry, the smoke is going to carry, and people are going to be attracted to it. They're going to want to see, all right, damn, there's something warm over there. There's a fire.
What
There's a
you
smoke.
got?
Yeah, what's going on, man? I need to warm up, or I need something to eat. I need this, I need that. And
Yeah,
so,
yeah. You need a whole lot of shit, don't you?
yeah. And so
But if you saw the bug out bag when he one of the little shovels was in there, you learn how to make a Dakota fire hole. So you keep the fire under the ground and it minimalizes the smoke, but the If you're making some nice stews or something, that smell will carry that aroma. But you want to be low profile, being able to move quickly, and have everything that you need transportable.
That's right. That's right. And the gauze say Trip said enough. You can never have too much gauze. You can never have too much surgical tape. You can have those two things can be like man lifesavers. And not only that, there's so many different things. They can be fire starters as well. And
Yeah.
so there's a lot of different things you can do, but the medical aspect of what a surgical gauze can do could save somebody next to you their life or yours.
And
So
and that's the thing though, because you have to replace the gauze once you put it in a wound. Because I don't know if you've ever used gauze and you had a cut or something, and you pack it with the gauze to get it to congeal and clot up, so the blood isn't still dripping. But the bad part is that once it kind of does that and that gauze is still in there, you got to take that gauze out.
yeah,
and
and
and and so basically the little scab that is forming over, you're just ripping that off, to get that fresh that old gauze out there and get the new one in there. So you have to change it, because once you pack it, it gets dirty, it gets infected if it stays in there too long. So that's why you have to keep them dry, you have to keep them clean, and you have to have an abundance of them. Because even if you rip off, article of clothing to try and pack a wound, which you have to do if you have to do, but that's not optimal because of the germs and the getting infected factor. So you get you some surgical sponges, you put them over the wound, and you wrap it with some duct tape if you need to, so you can keep it moving until you can address it later in a safer spot.
also another to that point Trip just made about when you have to remove that gauze, it will stick to you like glue and cause another reaction, tear off the scab level on you. You also want to prepare that wound with some kind of lubricant so that gauze comes off a little easier. You might have a little bit of sticky part here and there, but if you apply the right lubricant or some antibiotic gel or something, that's going to definitely help when you have to remove that and replace it. So keep some antibiotic gel as well.
Right. And that lubricant does not include WD-40. So no.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, yes, indeed. All right, let's get to the next bare minimums.
All right. Three bare minimum must haves: water purification tablets, approximately 200 doses for $32. A solar power bank with 4 USB ports, approximately $42. And headlamps, 2-pack rechargeable, $23. Go ahead.
That water purification. We was warning kids a few months ago talking about why don't you drink out of standing water is water. If it's standing water, you get something to drink. No, you don't. No, you don't, sir or ma'am. No, ma'am, no ham. You don't drink standing water. In the event that that's all you have, water purification tablets will be your only saving grace. And those are only going to last for so long. And a water purification tablet only is applicable for so many gallons of water. It's going to be useful for this amount of water, and that's it. You'll be able to drink that water safely without it hurting you. And you move on to the next thing of water, and you got another tablet, but those are going to run out.
Mhm.
But those are going to save you for quite some time. At the minimum, you're going to get 32 tablets, unless you get some bottle from Indonesia that you only got 16 or 8 to 16 big tablets, and you ordered it off of Temu, and you got screwed. But this is the lowest you want to ever go when it comes to getting those tablets if you need them. If you need to buy that and put that in your in your and I suggested put that in your safety kit. Get 200. Get something that has a 200 count on it. And don't spend no lower than $32 for that because you're gonna get some BS.
You don't want to skimp on it.
That's right. That's the bare minimum price. That's the bare minimum price. You want to don't go under that. Under $30, you're in trouble. You're gonna get some BS, I promise you. So pay that, be willing to pay that, and stash that somewhere and don't even think about it. Just do it and don't think about it. I paid that $30 for these tablets, and I'm not thinking about it no more. That's the way you gotta have. That's the way you gotta think. And the power bank, dog, that's probably gonna help your mental health more than anything else. To be able to communicate and have an outlet outside of who you're around, whether it's just yourself or you're around several people, to be able to communicate and to know how to move. You know, and for nothing else, you just have an outlet, and you don't have to be secluded to probably the crazy that's going on around you. You have a diversion. You can plug up your whatever your devices are and see what's happening, and it's just a way to get away from the crazy that you're dealing with. So you need a power bank to plug up devices, find out what's going on in the world, what's your next move, what the weather might be like here, what the weather might be like there, what's the time frame if some nuke went off here or there before you would have to deal with it. That's where the just having a connection to sources helps you. You got to have it. And a headlamp is self-explanatory. You're just going to need it.
Well, that's the thing though. In combination of the power bank, even if the communications systems are down, the grids are down, so it's not like you're charging a cell phone. But guess what? The headlamp is rechargeable. So you utilize the sun to recharge your headlamp. So when the sun goes down at night, you can do what? You can turn it on and you can see. So the power bank is very useful if you have anything electronic rechargeable in your go bag. And the way electronics are interdispersed with our lives, there are a lot of things that you can charge up that don't need the internet or need any kind of global communications or local communication systems. It's just little gizmos, gadgets, accessories that you have that charge up by USB that you can use daily as long as they're charged up. And when the power goes down and the sun comes up, now you can utilize that renewable resource and charge your shit.
And if for nothing else, that power bank is gonna be very impactful in the way of you can get some kind of power to try to figure out coordinates. And coordinates it's just going from A to B. Okay, you might get some information, something might come across some kind of frequency wave to tell you avoid freaking Indiana for whatever reason. Don't go
Obviously.
that way. Obviously, don't go to Indiana. Indiana ain't worth shit. But that is,
Unless it's Hammond on game day.
man, ain't going there again. Yeah, but that's where it comes in handy. It's a frequency and a wave comes through. Might be a little sketchy, but you can hear just enough information to know what not to do. You know what I mean? You're gonna need some kind of power for communication, and these power banks are extremely worth your money. One of the I never imagined that this kind of power could be this compact, but yes, it is. It's here. This is a lot of power in a small device that can, basically charge up 4 individual pieces of equipment, 4 devices, 4 people or 4 devices that can get communication. It's it's unmatched in its value. You gotta have it. You
Mhm.
gotta have it. All right, let's move to the next thing. Last thing before we get out of here. We're not gonna do the Phoenix Light story because we ran into a time problem here, man. But this is gonna be good too.
All right. What are we looking at? Canning pot and accessories. It's a 7-piece kit. So you got the big pot with a top. You got a basket, with handles so you can lift and lower your your uh your jars and such. You got the little tongs to pick them up by the neck so you don't burn your hands. You got a little funnel over there and all the other tools necessary. Looks like a thermometer for canning your foods, your fruits, your veggies for storage purposes.
And this is in the event that things like for the people that will and whether you live in an apartment or you live in a home right now, it doesn't really matter. Once things settle down, you're going to locate yourself somewhere. You're going to be somewhere where you can kind of settle down and try to maintain. And how you maintain is how you can procure your whatever it is, whether it's a bunch of fruit, bunch of vegetables, bunch of meat, how you procure it. This is how you do that. One thing about a canning pot is it has a temperature gauge on it, which will tell you exactly what temperature that meat is. You're gonna boil it to a certain temperature for a certain amount of time. These are Google instructions that I would encourage you all to do. If you get a canning pot and accessories, it's gonna come with it. The instructions are gonna come, so you'll have it in a pamphlet. But if you don't, if you had just have pots and pans and a glass jar and some lids, you need to that deer, that rabbit, that whatever you got, and you want to save it for as long as you can save it for a later date. You can't eat it all at once, but you want to set it up so where you can have some resources. Learn what it takes to can. I've been doing this for somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 to 10 years. And I'm telling you right now, probably some of the best money I've ever spent in my life. Some of the best money I've ever spent in my life because I've learned to preserve goods, and that means food. And you don't live long without the procurement of good food. Canning meat only lasts for so long. Canning vegetables, much longer period. Botulism, very real. You canned some meat and you canned it and you kept it for a little while. That's very sketchy. It's very it can go left or right depending on how long you've had that meat, what temperature has been kept at, up, down, left, right, doesn't matter. That's very sketchy. And unless you are in a place that maintain a proper temperature to keep that meat at a certain degree, don't eat it at all. I don't care if it smells good, just don't eat it. Now, you just got some canned meat from somebody that just did it 24, 48 hours a week ago, and you can tell they kept it in a cool, dry place. Take that meat and keep going. They gave it to you, you keep going. But if that thing hasn't been in a temperature regulated environment, don't freaking eat that meat. You're gonna have to eat fresh meat whenever you can get it, whether it's out of the water or whether it's something you catch, trap, shot, whatever you did. Don't trust canned meat unless you know exactly how it's been taken care of. Period. It'll hurt you or unalive you.
Yeah. So you gotta prepare it to keep as long as possible healthy wise, because it doesn't take much. That thing, that pot has a thermometer on there for a reason, which means you have to make it reach a certain temperature for a certain amount of time. Because if you don't, and you have step, take a shortcut, and then you package up some food, you just packaging up, the stuff that will take you out.
Man, we got to keep talking about this stuff, Trip, because let me get this off the screen before we get ready to close this out. We got to talk about it because the world is becoming more and more unstable and less regular to what we've known and grew up and understood. The chessboard is shifting big time. And who we are and how we get to the next point might totally depend on you and your ability to resist, the stuff that's going on around you, and the what you have could change everything. Can keep you where you need to be at for extended period of time or not. We're not doing this for just okay, I have the ability to prep. No, that's not the point. The point is to point out things to you so that if you've never had the gumption to do it, we're gonna give you a reason why it's a good idea. Is what how this thing all started. Why it's a good idea in the first place. That's why. See, Triple R? That's you got to be able to function. And no matter what you think the world is or what you wish it to be, ain't gonna have nothing to do with the reality of the world. And how you react to it is the difference between you living and you no longer being a part of this world. And I'm telling you that with my soul. Start doing things while you can, while you have access to it, while you got a little bit of money. Start using that little bit of money when you're going to go spend it on McDonald's for you and your few kids and your wife. Take that 60, $70 and go do some of the things that we had here. Grab some stuff. I'm telling you right now, toilet paper, disinfectant, all kinds of stuff. Socks. Start stashing stuff in abundance. I'm telling you, you're going to need it.
Oh, and something that I would choose above toilet paper. It travels better and it has, I think, more uses. A thing of baby wipes or adult wipes nowadays. Because they're moisturized, they're individual. Wrapped up in the package. You can put them in your go bag, and you can open up the thing, take them out as necessary, and you can clean yourself basically a step above than you can with just toilet paper or tissue. So, having that moisture in those little cloths can be very key to, cleaning your hands, your face, aside from just your boom boom.
True. True. That yeah, man. I don't know how I live without. I don't know how people live without baby wipes, but kids ain't here, so I can't pick on him. Uh, but also, man, learn some skill sets, man, and do it vicariously through the internet if you need to. If you know people that can help, so that you can learn a few things, learn some skill sets, get up on how to do this or how to do that, how to fix this, how to fix that. Pick up some extra knowledge. Learn how to do as much as you can learn how to do without, over stressing yourself, man. Learn some stuff while you can, and the information is so easily gotten to. Cut down on, the amount of Bears podcasts you watch and start looking at some instructions on how to do this or how to do that. You know, how to treat a wound, how to, if you don't know how to change a tire, learn how to change it. What to do to keep your engine functioning in your car, changing the oil, changing the transmission fluid, all that kind of stuff. Learn those little skill sets.
Hey, I
Learn.
got a question, Nomad.
Okay.
Do you know how to siphon gas out of a car's tank?
Yeah.
Do you think most people do?
No.
Do you think that would be a useful skill to know?
Very. Go ahead and get into it because that's very I would say this trip. That's more likely than not that most people would need to know how to do that. That's more likely than not. You're gonna because it won't be a lot of petrol around. You got to find the petrol where you can find it. How to extract it is. Do you know what to do?
Hmm. So I mean that's just I just bring that up, just to think about, because what Nomad is describing, many of us have not been in that position to have to live or even think about. So it's like, fuel or kerosene or gas, if we actually need that resource and there are no gas stations, where do we get it? Well, you see all these vehicles out there on the side of the road. Are they all empty? Probably not, but you gotta, go on that scavenger hunt to find out. So that means you need to have that tube and know how to, suck a golf ball through a garden hitch for at least a little bit, and then spit it out, when it's all gushy. And then you have to have something to put it in and transport it. So that means a little gas can, 3 to 5 gallons or so. So these are tools that we want to help to get you to wrap your mind around, thinking about, how can I utilize these things in these situations? Not necessarily, in an everyday environment, but if something was to happen, how would you survive? And it sometimes can be depressing, or you don't want to think about that. You want to have happy, shiny thoughts. But keeping it real, you plan for the worst. I'm sorry, check that. You prepare for the worst while planning for the best. However hell that expression goes. But that means being prepared for, when things aren't good.
Yeah. Hey, dog. Gas tastes like shit in your mouth. I'll tell you that. I know.
Toy.
Yeah. Tastes like shit.
Just don't swallow it, spit it out, you'll be all right. But guess what? Now if you get a fine like that, and you gooping up, now you don't mind that taste of gas in your mouth, because it's like, whatever I need it for, I found it. And you return to your base camp, the hero with the fuel. Don't smoke nothing, and don't, be lighting nothing in the mouth, but you will be all right.
Hey, dog. You just returned me to a part of my childhood. I thought I blinked out. I was like, we did some wild shit, and more than less me than more of my homeboys. They was man, they was on some shit, man. They
Peer
did.
pressure.
No, it was no. I ain't never been no peer pressure for me. It was just them.
Like, oh, suck that gas
There's
out
no
there.
some other shit, and I'm just like, I ain't doing that bullshit. Fuck that. And I'm
I ain't
sure
putting my mouth on that.
I seen it. I know what to do. But I'm just like, I seen the blue faces when it was all said and done because somebody got a little too much down their throat.
But just imagine, for those who haven't done it with, let's say, fuel, if you've owned a fish tank and you had to change the water, so you had to get that water going. So you put that hose in there, and you until you get it flowing, and then you put it in the bucket. But sometimes you get some of that feces filled fish tank water up in your mouth. And
Uh,
like, it's horrible. But
Lord.
that could be gas, that could be kerosene, whatever. But you need to know how to extricate that liquid through a hose.
Oh Lord, dog. This the thoughts. Ah, oh no.
Hey, the things you do for love, and you love to live.
Hey man, I'm gonna let you keep that to yourself. But look, man, we gonna round this show. We're gonna round the corner on this thing. We did it without we got Moo Larry here, and Curly is holding out with his contract. And we'll slap him up and get him back on the show as soon as possible, man. He'll have to live with his contract until he gets traded. But yeah, Kez is somewhere on the road, I think, and in a hotel somewhere,
Mhm.
just chilling out. But man, good show, great content, great information. I love the breakdowns tonight. I enjoyed talking about them, and I enjoyed the feedback that everybody had in the chat. I enjoyed the food part, the drink part. Hella good stories happening in this show tonight, man, personal or not. There's a lot of good conversation that was had in here, and we rocked it out like we thought we could. Trish didn't.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Because when you used to a trio going and you got to drop it down to a duo, it's like, okay. But this duo or trio, we aren't we aren't really ever at a loss for words.
Man, hell no.
You know what I'm saying? So you get three so and so's with the gift of gab and a lot to say, and it's like, well, what do we do if one's gone? It's like, well, we're able to do it with two some kind of way.
And you know what, Trish? And I always think about that whenever I'm rewatching shows, and I think about how well our personalities fit together, even though we three totally separate kind of individuals. And it trips me out too, man, because when we have disagreements or personality clashes, the thing about us is we know that it's never really personal. It's just how we feel at that moment, and it's love because we like brothers, man, and it's never carried on ever. And as different as we are, it seems to work so well. I don't know how often you watch the shows after we done with them. I don't know how often you do it, but sometimes it's some magic that happens, man. Just because we are so different and we come from such different angles, and it comes together in such a great nucleus that people, no matter what, will show up at this on this show and listen to what we have to say. And the
Yeah.
the the greatness of that value is unmatched. Just knowing that people are gonna show up to hear what we have to say, even when it's like, oh, they getting into it and all that whole kind of shit.
Yeah, well, it's also a shout out to the no maniacs, to the Canuckers, to the Sport Chicago Stylers, all of the people that join in the chats and participate during the live show, or catch it after the fact on demand. That you all come to hang out and hear us talk because we explain our points of view, our thought process, and we open you up into the realm, and sometimes a very dark place. So need a little light to go up in there, but we got you, and we appreciate you all coming through and sharing and participating, because we're all here for our team, the Bears. But as we have expanded the subject matter on some extra sauce on Wednesdays, to include, what to do if, a doomsday scenario comes through, and the entertainment with the drinks and the food and the movies and have you, on top of the Bears conversation at will. But on Sundays, you join us for Nomad at Night, and that's much appreciated when, we've been doing the mock drafts, and make sure that you are tuning in if as the draft comes up on Sundays for those. But big up to all of you all that support, financially, or with the likes, or with the subs at the Nomad Network, or the subs at Kids of Canuck, or at Sports Chicago Style. Because you all know that at any time, whether it be Nomad, Kids, or myself, we have one of those clip this worthy moments, but we've been having these moments way before having to say that. And so it's hard to say that when you talk, because every time we talk is almost a clip worthy event. So big up to all y'all for hanging out with us, and and joining and enjoying the ride.
There ain't no almost every single time, Trip. And it's not like I've seen there might be a few shows here and there that we've done that I didn't get a chance to replay. But me being somebody that's trying to keep it where it needs to be and really try to expound on what we do well, I gotta watch them. You know what I mean? And sometimes I watch them. There's never been a show ever that it wasn't at least 3 to 4 clip worthy parts of it. At least. And I'm talking about when we got 5, 10, 15 clip worthy statements, maybe more than that. That happens on a regular basis. This is probably the most underrated show on the internet just because of the range of the subject matter that we cover. Not only that, but some of the things we say, our insight to these subject matters, man. It's incredible to listen to over. And and how our personalities are different. And sometimes they run into each other, personalities, persnickities, and we have that going. That's just human nature, bro. That's just human nature.
That's because Kids is an asshole.
And we all are at times, but he's the biggest one on him. He's a contrarian of the crew all the time. But that's just him, man. That's his nature. We love him anyway. That's our Canadian brother. But good show, man. Good show again. And in fact, I'm gonna put out more and more of some of those conversations as we keep going. I'm talking about the little insights. I just put out one when we was just talking about global stability and global supply chains and the disruption of infrastructure and how that plays into. We just talked about that a week or two ago, in particular, and that was a really good clip. Really, really good clip. What was said there, it was mostly me talking, but how much sense it was making to the current events, you can see it on everybody's individual faces. Everybody's concerned about it. I'm concerned about it. Not for just myself, but for everybody that watches us and supports what we do. We're just trying to give you guys an iota of how to maneuver here. That's all at this point, showing you how to move, what to do, things that you can do really, really quick to start setting yourself up. And that part I really, really enjoy, man, just to help people. That's my nature, man. To help people that haven't gone down that road.
Right on.
All right. I'll tell you what, man. Let's give some last pleasantries before we get up out of here, man. Call it a night, man. It's been a good one.
Yeah, shout out to everybody that participated in the chat. Shout out to everybody who listens live and does not participate in the chat. You just like to lurk, you like to watch, you like to listen. Yep. Hey, do you? I'm not gonna yuck nobody's yum, but do make sure that you do like the broadcast on all three of the networks, the Nomad Network, Sports Chicago Style, Triple R SES, and at Kids a Canuck. Even though he's an asshole, he's a cool asshole. He's our asshole. He's our kids. So make sure you are subscribed to all three channels, and we are that much closer to the draft. So Sunday night on some extra sauce. Be prepared to be the mock GM if you want to. So you hit us up, come on in, and you make the call and see if you can handle the hot seat. So shout out to everybody. Thanks for listening, and look forward to seeing you Sunday. And as always, FGB.
Amen to that, Trips. Thank you for being here. This is the first time we ever rocked out some extra sauce together, just me and you. It actually was fun, man. It was just like the stuff we didn't get to the Phoenix Lights store. We will get to that. And only reason why we're cutting it short is because time frame and money, for the most part, is because it's going to cost money if we go past 5 hours. And we go past 5 hours, StreamYard ain't gonna be able to give me free clips. And I'm gonna have to pay money to get clips, and that's just the way it is. And we got to get out of here at that before that 5 hour mark. It's the only reason, man, because I would love to talk about some movies and talk about some Phoenix Lights, but the thing about producing the show, you got to feel it. Me and Kez and Trips ran into a little bit of but it has a little bit about that a couple of weeks ago because it went on too long and we probably should have cut out some stuff. And I didn't read the room as well as I should have. And so that's one of the, you take them on the chin as a producer kind of things that has to happen in order to learn each other. But I just love these two guys, man. And I don't say that facetiously, and I don't say it enough, man. I just appreciate these guys, man, because we got something going on. They know it. People just lurk and watch this show, whether it be live or on replay. They love the shorts. They love the information, the football content, and all the other stuff that we do on this channel and on Sports Chicago Style. And whenever Kez does his stuff, they love it. So we're going to keep doing what we do because this is our home, man. This is what people love, man. They love these conversations and we love giving it to you. But last thing I want to say about everything is hopefully Kez is safe wherever he's at, traveling and gets back home in time and safe. But also the Doomsday Survival part of it, I don't know if we can say enough in the little time that we have to do it. I need you all to not only pay attention to the details that we're giving you during that segment, take heed to it, take action, man. Please take action. And if we're saying something on this particular part of the show, please, bro, I love y'all. I love everybody to support what we do. Share this stuff. Share it. Give it to people that you know need to hear it. I don't talk for my health. I'm telling you guys the things that I know so that it helps you because I love people that love and I love the support. And I say that for not only myself, but Triple R and Kez and Samo whenever he's around here. And
share that love like Mike Vrabel shares that love with Diana Rossini.
We was going to get to that, but we didn't have time. I love y'all, man. And I mean that with all sincerity, man. I love everybody that comes and watches this show and is a part of this network and what we do around here. I love y'all, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the like on all 3 channels, please. Please, it's just totally free. It don't cost you nothing. But make sure you keep showing the love like that. Share it with people and just keep being you. And I want to leave you guys with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.